is up, everyone? What is up? Happy Sunday. What is everyone up to this weekend? It's been a long weekend for me. I've just been catching up on a lot of stuff. I still need to go around to setting up the ham shack properly. I still have the little computer over here. And then I do know that the Mesh-tastic antenna that I'm planning to install came in, but I realized I forgot to order the clamps that I'm gonna need to put it along the fence line, so that's gonna be next week's project. What's that ink on your arm? Well, it's black ink. I'm in a VC with someone listening to NWA. Raw, I'm gonna give it to you with no trivia. We're like, I can't finish that word because TikTok will definitely censor me. But white powder, straight from Bolivia. Bear with me. I will have more pep in my step in a little bit. I took a nap, and the problem with, the boys in the hood are always hard. So, I took a nap earlier, and the problem with naps is everyone's like, oh, I'm going to take a nap and I'm going to feel more refreshed. The problem is after you take a nap, you don't feel more refreshed. You still feel tired. And then you're just like, I need caffeine. Hold on, I got a little glow in the center because my teleprompter for some reason is acting as a fourth monitor, so let me get rid of that over there. Also, you know what's one interesting side effect of going to the gym? I now feel like, okay, so I've lost weight, but like all of my shirts, they feel way too tight up here. I now understand the pain that all of my female friends have told me about getting properly sized t-shirts and clothing, because it's like it always fits in one part but not another. So it's like, great, I have like a little bit of room around the gut area, but now my titties feel compressed. And I now feel like I can, sympathize with my female friends, maybe not to the same extent, although I can definitely say that I probably have bigger boobs than some of my friends. And I teased them for it. Things I probably shouldn't say ever in the office, but thankfully I'm not in the office for 300, Alex. Anyway, I did some fun things last week. They did a little hackathon at work, and they had us trying to come up with different ideas for, problems they've already set a statement for already. One of the things I went after was, how can we basically, I forgot the exact statement, but basically it was, how can we go after smishing, phishing through texts, and help the ops team basically go through and classify a lot of these things. And it was interesting. We didn't have, we barely had 2 days to come across and figure out a solution. Any updates on the Discord breach? The Discord breach is a little bit overblown. It was a third-party breach, and a lot of people are sensationalizing it. I'm just going to be honest. Any breach is bad. Let me, get in front of that. But a lot of people are making it seem like it was, Discord as a whole. No, it was the support system. There was only about 70,000 people, which I know sounds like a lot, but let's talk about how many millions of people use Discord every day. It was people that were only interacting with Discord support, and unfortunately, people that had submitted their IDs to Discord, which is why I've been saying for years that I don't know if we necessarily should be such a big proponent of digital identification or requiring to prove our identity on the internet, because we'll have to give our IDs to third parties, which then have questionable security practices, as is the case with Discord here. But And long and short of it is basically a lot of people are sensationalizing the Discord breach. Yes, some people got their data breached, but it's not nearly as large as people make it out to be. It's 70,000 people last I checked, unless somebody has some more information different to myself. But that is what it's looking like right now. In the grand scheme of things, not that big of a breach, considering how big Discord is. Discord itself did not get breached, but it should also be pointed out that Discord does not encrypt their data from one person to the other, which is why I tell people, you should probably, if you're doing sensitive things, shouldn't be doing it on Discord. You should be hopping on Signal or Matrix with an encrypted chat over there, because if Discord does ever, and it's not a matter of if, but when they do get breached, a lot of information can come out there. That's the unfortunate reality of these systems. Now, Discord does have end-to-end encryption with their Dave protocol when it comes to voice chats, but text medium is not encrypted. And a lot of the weak points when it comes to a lot of systems, not just Discord, is help desk systems, because I know when we're talking about the SalesLoft Salesforce breach, that affected multiple vendors, and we were dealing with the fallout from multiple weeks, because I think CrowdStrike, Zscaler, Proofpoint, and many other big companies, they all got hit by it, and sorry, I got a little bit of hiccups, and a lot of those people were having to roll their keys, because if your keys were ever discussed in a support ticket, they would then be exposed. The Salesforce SalesLoft breach, I think, is by far a worse breach than the Discord breach and the recent breaches that have happened. The Discord breach is just getting sensationalized because a lot of people happen to use Discord, and of course, well, how shall I put this? Fear sells. Fear and sex, they sell the most. That's what journalists will often harp on. And if they can, get clicks, they get money, so they'll sensationalize it to say Discord got breached, when Discord themselves wasn't necessarily breached. They were a victim of a breach, but they were using a third party that happened to get breached. And unfortunately, that's you're going to see more of those. Not a journalist, editors, 6 half a dozen the other, with a lot of them. With the changing around of how journalism is done over many years. It used to be that you used to have these outfits that you had a chain of command. You're going to find that there's more and more small news sites that actually are run by basically one person, or maybe a very, very small group, that it's not as like a New York Times-y or stuff as you think it is. But yeah, know who you're doing business with on a large scale. Yeah, definitely. But as I was saying earlier when I started, I'd had a fun little project this week, where the place I work for, they gave us a few problem statements for a little hackathon to work through. And the one I picked was, how could we go through, basically using AI as they said it, but it's not really AI, because you know my statement if you've been around long enough to know that LLM, a large language model, is not an AI, can be used to actually process smishing data and perhaps automate some of the process for operations. So I came up with an interesting process. I unfortunately can't share the source code. I'll probably at some point completely redo this outside of work so I can share this, but look at reviews on stream. We'll get to that in a second. Hold your horses, vampire. I gotta show him my thing. Alright, so we're gonna open up draw.io so I can show you the model that I came up with when it came to my little smishing model. And I was talking to someone else that worked there, and we may be able to actually make this a full-blown app, potentially, because they were working on the front end of the problem. I'm not a front-end developer. I'm a back-end person. You're gonna hate what I did. I hate what you do all the time. How are you still a mod? But it basically started like this. So we have an image, which would be a snapshot, a screenshot of the fish they had of suspected smish. Okay. So they would send a screenshot. Why a screenshot? Well, because iOS has a lot of limitations, and iOS doesn't allow apps to really read your messages that well. So I figured, hey, they're already sending screenshots into operations for these for investigations, so let's go off of that point and not redo everything. Now, one of the problems that I noticed with LLMs, AI, whatever the hell you want to call it, I'm not going to call it AI, is people rely on these methods too much, and they can be pretty inconsistent and unpredictable if you feed images into them, and sometimes they can hallucinate. So I wanted to reduce that capability as much as possible. Do you think that AI will end like .com? Like what, the .com boom? Yeah, I think there's I'd have to say right now, probably 95 to 99% of all AI-related companies that you're hearing are probably going to collapse. In the same way the .com boom did. Because right now investors are trying to, throw all their money into whatever's the hype right now. It's the same thing with blockchain and everything, but maybe even worse. We're going to have a few good vehicles come out of it. There are use cases for machine learning, LLM, as I will be showcasing with this. But I don't think it's going to be replacing jobs as much as people think it will. I'm tired of GPT wrappers for real. Oh, yeah. So what I did was this. So for my little project, I had them send an image of a screenshot of a suspected smish. Now, with LLM, yes, you can definitely do some processing. However, the issue that I ran into was it was inconsistent for the results, so I came up with a new approach. OCR. So we did an OCR using PyTesseract. And PyTesseract would actually do 4 passes to get the most amount of data. And I even built in the ability to invert contrast if dark mode was detected. This way it became dark mode compatible. So that was the first step in my little pipeline. Smish, is that smut fish? No, it is a SMS phishing. Had no problem using PCSX2 today. Today it was a good day. Okay, so you have OCR doing that. Now, the other thing it would be doing at the same time, it's going to break out into 2 paths here that are going to reconverge in a second. You'll see what I mean. Is sometimes phishing will have a QR code. So we use ZBar image. And that's a tool I've talked about very often in the past. Eventually I'll work out the code so that y'all can see this, but the code is working at work. I have it in an ECS or Elastic Compute service, so it's Dockerized. I actually have it building off of a file at work, and then it builds on the fly. Does your shirt say metadata? Yeah, metadata, the master of data. Alright, so you have a QR code for ZBar image. So hold on, let's split this up a little bit more. So actually, you know what? We can do it this way. If QR detected. If no QR, what it will then do is take the text and pass that along. You're gonna be annoying, aren't you? Yeah, you're gonna be annoying. Why can't you go sideways? Here, we'll just do this. Get that there. And then, there we go. If no QR. Okay. So what it'll do here is it'll pass the text along to a machine learning system, not LLM or AI. The reason for this I will explain in a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way so we can step it down. Yeah, I know, it's a wonky workflow. Sue me. Okay, so it goes to a machine learning pipeline here. So what it would actually do from this point on is do the first pass of detections. The reason why I did this is because I was using an LLM outside of AWS Bedrock because I was having issues with it at work. So this was just to get the proof of concept going. I'm using Draw.io. You see, some of us professionals that have been in the field of cybersecurity longer than maybe a little bit of QA and a little bit of phishing and, you know, don't go around how we bragged about how we were an employee at a video game studio for 7 years, or, you know, that we're the first, second generation employee, use more than Notepad. If you know, you know. So, but yeah, Draw.io is a really great open source software. I do like Visio, but Draw.io is platform agnostic. Pretty good models, better than Tesseract and Hugging Face for OCR. Alex, we're doing more than that. The problem is, and it's going to be using LLM, but it's using machine learning and OCR. Because the problem is, if you feed an image directly into an LLM, it can be inconsistent, it can hallucinate. So you want to build multiple systems that can do its own analysis. So we do a direct OCR to pull the contact and everything to feed it in so that the only data that it's processing isn't the image itself, it's processing the content of the image in a smish. Yeah, that call out was diabolical. I'm gonna have to save that for later. All right, so we have machine learning going into here. Now, what's the machine learning exactly doing? So first it's doing brand impersonations. Well, actually, no. First it's doing language detection. So this is where it's looking for keywords. So like click here, urgent, fine, penalty, keywords that we're looking for to describe urgency that are often used in phishing tactics to try to get you to do the thing with it and, you know, get you to feel 98% accuracy in text detection is consistent. No, it's not. The issue you're not understanding is if you feed an image into it, it's not as reliable as feeding text into it. You pull the text out on a consistent basis, you can get more results. I don't care about the image. I care about the text in the image. And when you're using an LLM for that, the issue is you also have to build a system that's a fallback. In my system, in case the LLM, for whatever reason, doesn't work, it's just another check. We use the OCR to pull the text out for operations to actually be able to verify it. You use the machine learning to do analysis inside of that. And then you use the LLM for an additional check on all of that stuff to get its opinion on it. So you get basically two different scoring metrics and you have stuff pulled out on a consistent basis. And by the way, I've seen LLMs mess up text detection and image a lot. Especially when we're talking about multiple languages, which is one thing we have to consider. Believe it or not, LLMs are not as great as people think they are. I saw a document was shared to you on legit platform from legit name, and then there was a link that was a phishing. Exactly. So we have language detection going in there. The other thing it's doing is we have it doing brand detection. So, brand detection. That's your PayPal's, your Chase, your whatever. And it's also checking out typoed versions of those platforms too. It's looking for a lot of those things. The truth, I hate using OpenCV. I'm using OpenCV in there too. I'm using PyTesseract and a few other systems. The idea was to have as many checks as possible. And there's VirusTotal in my pipe flow too. So, alright, so brand detection, URL detection, but also VIP detection. Actually, it's doing all of these things at the same time. I should probably correct that. So, it's going into all of these at the same time. Alright, so, and then VIP detection. So what I mean by VIP detection, I'm talking like CEO, leadership of all kinds, you know, where, people have been hit up by their lower staff saying, hey, this is the CEO, or, you know, this is John Smith, the CEO of Acme Corp, or, you know, whatever, and you happen to work at Acme. Hey, this is John. I need you to go and get $500 gift cards for me. Or that. What's up, Andy? Thanks for hopping by, at least. I appreciate that. So it's doing these things right here at the same time. And if URL is detected, it does one extra step here. The QR code is doing URL detection as well, I should mention. So it will then pipe it to VirusTotal. Now, it will take all of these results, by the way. Hold on. So after the URL detection, it will then take the original text. Actually, no. Once it does the language detection, it does its own little pass off over here. I know this is getting a little bit janky, but bear with me. Okay, so what it also does is it takes that actual language there and then passes it off to an LLM. In this case, I was using Gemini, what was it, 2.5 Flash. This was just for a proof of concept. The end goal would be using AWS Bedrock with Claude 4.7. But I was having issues between IAM and stuff and the environment, so I just wanted to at least get the proof of concept to go so I could show that to leadership and stuff. Can I move? Yeah, I can move that. Okay. So we will get that over here. Now, why is it doing all of that? Well, hold on. This will make sense in a little bit. It will then dump all of this into a JSON report of analysis. Why JSON? Because the idea is eventually it'll pipe out into a Jira ticket, but I can use that for that. We'll just do report analysis. So it takes all of this information, feeds that into a ticket, or a data just in general of a report, which then gets dumped into an S3 bucket. Again, this is a proof of concept. I'd probably improve on this in a little bit. With JSON plus original screenshot. Now, why do we do that? Simple. Because now And that report, by the way, is going to do a triage analysis. Of a low, medium, high assessment. And it's going to take the context, it's going to take the context that the LLM says about it, as well as the key detections from this machine learning system, and pipe that into a JSON report with the original snapshot into a folder for each incident. That way Ops has an audit trail. And then it sends it out through AWS SES to Ops ticket queue. So essentially, this acts as a SOC tier 1. Now, the only thing I didn't get to figure out in time, because I only had 2 days to play with this little hackathon idea at work, was the front end of it. So it was all working through Fast API. So I was basically able to feed in an image from my local machine using a curl command, with the outline basically being a message I could include, like, hey, this message seems suspicious to me, and it carries along that context through the machine learning and the LLM at each stage, but then it also attaches the image. So what I was thinking of at work was we could have an app where they can put a message and then attach it, and then, last name Smith is specific to one place. Yeah, we all know John Smith, right? But no, so it takes the context of what the person's saying, like, hey, Jimmy didn't send me this message, they're pretending to be Jimmy, and it sends it in. So it'd be no different than what they're doing right now, taking a screenshot and then emailing it to Ops, basically reporting there's a smish that came in, and then from there Ops can do their work. But the problem is, there's not much security around SMS as it is, whereas like email, you can put an email gateway in front of it and do all these checks and everything. So I propose that we make a front end for this, and it could be as simple as, if there's a SharePoint site, make a website. It could be, have another website. It could be a Twilio interface where we can forward in a number, and then it asks for information and then passes that along into the ticket. And then the end goal be a Jira ticket to process that. Now, currently it's an AWS SES because I didn't have a Jira API at the time, but that's a very easy swap out over there. And this is all in ECS. I would probably want to rebuild this into EKS, a Kubernetes, just for easier portability. ECS was just an easier thing for me to rip it up, hack something together in a couple of days and get that working. And I did most of this coding myself, solo. So I've actually shared that code with some of my buddies, so they could take a look at it and see what we could do to spin on it. So that's what I did this week for a fun little project. Eventually I'll get around to improving that project a little bit, just like I need to re-release my domain assassin automation, which is looking at typo squat domains, because I do want to get that out properly eventually. I have some new ideas for enhancements for it. Primarily it was running off of DNS twist, but I think there's some ways I can enhance it a little bit further using machine learning or LLMs. I'm also looking at model context protocols, which originally I wanted this idea for the smish detection to be, but at this time I didn't see the point for it to have a model context protocol because there wasn't anything in there. But I think as I maybe look at it and start expanding its capabilities to work inside of CrowdStrike and other things, then it would shift into a model context protocol. And for those of you not aware of what a model context protocol is, basically it's a server for you to put information in like you would for an LLM, keeps that context across the multiple steps, and then can do multiple things with that one MCP server for your LLM workflow or machine learning or whatnot. There are definitely advantages where LLM has over machine learning, but the idea for this testing also was, let's say that the smish itself is feeding data in that is of proprietary nature potentially inside of there. We don't want to feed that to an LLM. So that's why I went with the OCR machine learning approach, and then it takes the data that just happens to be in the SMS and then looks at it from a context of, this is a smish going in, what do you think about this? Is this a legit message or not? Most smishes are using publicly sourced information, so that's where I came about with it. I saw a document, again, that whole thing. But the problem is when people are like, oh, well, there's this model on Hugging Face and all that. Not everyone has the resources to run a model internally with all that power. Or the other issue is you don't necessarily want to run company things through open LLMs that are actually going to train on your data. So that's why a lot of vendors or companies in general would want to use Amazon Bedrock or something like that. Amazon Bedrock is pretty nice, although I do have to figure out some identity access issues there for work, but I'm trying to get that requested so I could use Claude and a few other models out there for some processing. And there's ways that you can actually train it on your own data. So it'd actually be cool is I proposed to them, the reason why we're also saving those smish photos into there is that we could then, as another step part of it, push it into another S3 bucket to keep it for training data, and then train an LLM on these fishes that we have confirmed as being legitimate fishes, not just fish tests, and train that LLM to work on that. But also it'd be interesting to do kind of an adversarial LLM where you have one LLM trying to fish and the other LLM trying to detect what was output, if it is a fish or not. That's an interesting approach that I kind of came up with. Exactly my concern, privacy. It looks overcomplicated for some reason. I cannot put my finger on why. Yeah, privacy is always the concern with anything, which is why my workflow worked on doing as much of the processing for like the VIP impersonation side of it locally, because the last thing I want to do is feed the context of, hey, this is the fish. By the way, these are, you know, the CEO, CFO, CIO, CISO, whatever title, their emails, their phone numbers, and all of that. If they're included, do that. So it does all that processing internally in systems I can control, and then only sends the raw message of the data out for the LLM to basically say, this was the number it came under, or email it was sent from. This is the content of the message. Does this look like a fish or not? And give the score for it. Should I cancel the wedding? Just discovered my fiance uses Windows 11. No, what you do is you do a Kazakhstanian wedding, put the bag over their face, put them in a black site, and have their eyes peeled and just watch penguins all day long until they learn to love the Linux. What are your thoughts on the new Sora AI? Isn't Sora been out for a while? Isn't Sora that like video generation one? It's just another thing. What's the industry standard softwares that y'all use? For what? There's a lot of different softwares we use. For Blue Team? Oh, too many to list. Too many to list. This is one of those things where the longer you get into the field, you realize how deep it is. Because, like, it's not just as simple as, like, oh, what's your firewall? Firewall for what? Email? Network? Host? You know, like, all that. So you're talking endpoint, network, yeah, I probably, on my own side of things, I think I'm probably managing 5 or 6 platforms. And then there's a few other platforms in there. And then Identity has a few other platforms in there. And then, yeah. I'd say there's probably a good, like, I want to say 30 or 40 different softwares and vendors we deal with overall in the cybersecurity side I'm with. And that's probably putting it lightly. What I mean is it's getting way too mainstream, and I'm scared that blackmailing is going to get easier. Yeah, there's already been some issues in the past where people have made stuff up that they think that I said and all of that, and I've seen friends have it happen to them too. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think, has probably one of the better opinions on what I think is going to possibly happen. The internet as we know it is going to get to a point where fake news is so easy to be portrayed and spread that even the people that are believing fake news now are not going to believe it in the future, because AI is going to be so good at it that the internet may be reduced basically to cat memes and stuff and not seen as a reliable source of information because of how prolific LLMs, AIs will be out there to create fake information. I think it's an interesting perspective, which I think merits some truth to it. Because eventually, if the internet as a whole is untrustworthy, well then, are people really going to go to the internet as a source of information? We're already seeing that problem in a little bit, where, forgot to turn the proof point box on. We need the pretty LGBTs next to me. We're already seeing the problem right now, where people are going to LLMs as an authoritative source for a lot of things, and the LLM is getting information wrong. Like, I cannot tell you how many times I've dealt with people that have used an LLM for code, as an example, and just implicitly trusted it and ran on it. I may use LLMs for a lot of my code now, but that's the difference between me studying and understanding how to do the code in a matter of a few weeks to a few months to do the scripts that I need to do to a few days or weeks, but everything it puts out, I'm still analyzing why it does the thing, and I'm catching it in mistakes, which is why I say probably between like 85 to 90% of my code is written by an LLM in terms of the job that it does, but I'm doing the rest of it because I have to correct it. But it's still going to be a lot less time than, me just writing it by hand and going through all those errors and everything itself. Not to mention, as I tell people all the time, don't inherently trust LLMs, AI to actually do all the work for you, because there's been a lot of cases where, how should I put this? A lot of people will go and use an LLM, and you'll tell it to make this script or do this automation or whatever, and it'll do it. But you're not going to probably like how it does it. What I mean by that is, it'll do it, but then you'll be like, oh, I should hard code these credentials or things like that and do things in an insecure manner. There's a lot of conceptual knowledge you still need to know outside of what the LLM may be actually thinking about. Like, oh, I'm going to put this automation into AWS, get it terraformed out, but I do not want to hard code my credentials into my Terraform for my pipeline because, well, that's just insecure. So I always have it make, or I actually at this point I'm reusing a secrets script that I created a while ago that lets me place the secrets into AWS in a programmatic form, and then has an update functionality in there. So I actually create the credentials separate to the Terraform and all of that to be able to place them into AWS so they're not hard-coded anywhere except in a proper secrets manager. So the problem is, I've seen a lot of coders do things, and then I ask them, why did you hard-code this? Why are you using this version of the library? Why do you not have that library hard locked into, this version or anything, and it's just going to auto-update to the latest version when we should be checking the versions that we have? Was it the Shai-Hulud vulnerability, which was just affecting all these NPM repositories, and I was vindicated with one of my architects that was dealing with me, and he's like, why do you hard code your libraries? And I'm like, yeah, they may get out of date, but I'd rather them be hard coded to a known good version that I'm working with than one day an update comes around and then either my entire API workflow or whatever it needs is broken, or it happens to be a vulnerable version, which is what happened with the Shai-Hulud. I saw a vibe-coded two-factor notification saying something like, "We've sent 023435 to your phone. Please enter the code." What the hell? So you're telling me it was actually telling you what the code was in the notification that wasn't sent to your phone but was in the computer, for example, or on the website? Jesus. And see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So, like, one of the biggest issues I find about is, so at work we have Amazon Q. I do like Q. It's a great way to make code inside of Visual Studio. It's completely aware of your entire Amazon environment as it is, but they don't train on your data. And it's using Claude Sonnet 3.7 and 4. Very often when I'm having it write a Python, Lambda, it'll for some reason put it in like Python 3.8 or 3.9. I immediately have to correct that and be like, no, we're on 3.12, 3.13, or 3.14. So we need to improve that version. And then I'll also be like, no, this changed over in this library a while ago. We do it this way to be a little bit more expeditious. But yeah. So someone who wants to be a SOC analyst, what should I focus on? Well, analyst is more so here's the thing. Don't focus on specific products. Focus on the concepts around those products, because you're going to go to different companies, and one company you're going to be like, oh, I'm on Sentinel-1. Another one you're going to use a Microsoft Defender EDR. You're going to be using maybe CrowdStrike in some. For email, you might be using Microsoft Defender. You may be using Checkpoint, which is now I think Harmony as well. You may be using Mimecast, Proofpoint, between different companies. So it's more about the concepts around those things. Like, even when you're talking about SIMs, everybody's like, well, learn Splunk. I can tell you a lot of companies that don't use Splunk, and they're on different products. They could be on CrowdStrike SIM. They could be on Datadog. They could be on so many different systems. Focus on the core concepts rather than the product itself. Do you have an understanding of Mac, Windows, and Linux? Because no matter where you go, a lot of the companies are going to want you to probably play with them at some point, for different things. A lot of companies are going to be using Linux for servers, maybe even FreeBSD for servers. I know we use FreeBSD for a few things ourselves. You may find companies that have a mix of Mac and Windows. Windows is still the dominant operating system on the desktop side of things, straightforward. Currently trying to learn Python. What would you recommend watching on YouTube? I actually didn't watch YouTube for Python stuff. A lot of my Python stuff actually came through going through GitHub, studying other code, and then running through different Python things that I was making, and horrible broken code that LLMs make up to understand different functions. I generally, what I do is give myself a project. And then every time I do a project, I always try to do something new and push my skills. Like this latest project I talk about with the smishing detection, I had never done an ECS before. So I was like, let's do that. I have never done OCR programmatically like that before. Let's do that. I've done ZBAR image before many times. So I'll grab a QR code and do that through a terminal. Give yourself random projects. Like, you go through my GitHub, you'll see a lot of it is just like random projects for me to figure out things, like different formulas and stuff. So like, here, I'll show you. We'll go to my GitHub. Should be logged in on this machine. Or not. Really? It always amazes me that, like, for some reason, it will log out of things every now and then. I mean, it's safe, but it's annoying. Okay, so do that. Use my security key. Close the Bitwardens. Do that. Do SOC analysts have portfolios? Is a resume good enough? Resume is good enough. The reality is, when it comes to cybersecurity, portfolios are very, very rarely actually a thing. We're not graphic designers. If you have code in GitHub or anything like that, link it. If you have a blog, link it. That's probably as good as you'll actually need, because the reality is, the majority of the things that you'll actually be building in cybersecurity they'll be proprietary to the company because they have agreements that if you build it on their systems on their time, it's their property, which is why I have to rebuild several things that I want to do to release for the public. And then once it's released in the public, I will then be able to tell the company I work for, hey, I made this on my own time. It's open source. So you're going to be building off of my open source version moving forward. Oh, and it's GPL v3'd, so you're going to have to make sure everything that you do from that fork is open sourced. That's my little open source Trojan horse. I'm flipping the script on those things. But yeah, so if you look at, for example, let me pull up my repos. Currently only gotten a stage where I can make a dice game and a compound interest calculator. Yeah, I've done a few things. Like, even though it's not really that important, I have an offline password generator in Python. You know, not that hard. You know, I got my email signatures. I got a long weekend planner. This was an interesting tool that I used to actually determine when I could have a long weekend each year. So, like, for example, if you have different holidays there, like, let's say New Year's Day happens to end up on a Thursday. Well, it'll tell me, take a Friday off, you get a 4-day weekend. Or if New Year's happens to be on a Friday, it'll tell me I'll get a 3-day weekend. So I can plan around that. There's budgeting tools that I've even made. Not all of these work, but like the mortgage one, I think, is the one that needs to be worked out and everything like that. Like, there's a bi-weekly pay one to figure out which months give you 3 paychecks per month. So I can figure out how to hack my budget a little bit, you know, budget planners, things like that. Not that I would actually necessarily use all of these entirely, but it was pretty useful. And then, of course, you know, I have my little bash script over here. This is for split tunneling on Linux. So bypass subnets over here is what you put in. And then when connecting to a VPN, because Proton had a shortcoming where it didn't let you do split tunneling on the Linux GUI, so I made my own way around it. Yeah, and there's a few things there. But yeah. So, been tinkering with that kind of stuff. I do need to get back to doing some of my own coding and all that for the open source things, but yeah. Let's see. What did Red Fang put on? I think we talked about the end of F-Droid already. Red Hat. Hacked. What was this that Secure shared? Oh yeah, the Linux graph to see all the different distributions. Yeah, like Slackware is one of the granddaddy distributions and how it branches out into all these different ones that it was based off of. Or you had Debian, which started later than Slack, and how Debian spawned all these different distributions. Yeah, Debian has a lot of different distributions. Red Hat, how it turns into all of these different ones. You know, I don't think they're mentioning, like, Amazon Linux on here, which Red Hat, I mean, Amazon Linux was definitely based on Red Hat. But yeah, it's interesting to see all these different branches of Linux here. Oh, you have the Android open source project over here. I did not realize graphene was only that new. Vampire made homemade Mexican rice tortillas, lettuce, and hot sauce. Well, at least it's not white people taco night. Okay, so what was this TikTok you put in? Once again, TikTok. Okay, so what you got over here? Oh, probably helps if I, reset the audio over here. And then get the audio piped out to the machine over here. And reload that.
A recent security, you know that the game development engine known as Unity has had a recent security breach, apparently exploiting a bug that's been in the engine for 10 plus years. Yes, my friends, another security breach for gamers so that our private information that's on our PC or Xbox as of right now could be at risk.
What's the big deal? My information's already out there. It's public for everyone.
Well, at least he said it.
Say that until some dude in India has your credit card number that was saved to your browser.
That is the one thing I absolutely hate. When people are like, oh, what's the matter? My data's already out there. And then you realize one day when your credit's all messed up and everything, it's because you didn't do proactive measures about it. I'm really tired of the apathy people have to cybersecurity issues. You should care about your data, and it's not a matter of like, you know, your data's already out there. It shouldn't be out there in the first place.
And starts racking up credit card debt. Make sure that you share this to get the word out and follow me for everything tech related. We're going to get into the news. This means that if you have any of these games installed, private information on your PC or...
So Grounded 2, that was the game I was actually going to play with, but no. Didn't work on it because it required Xbox and it was being weird with Linux. Like the game itself played, but it was the logging into Xbox that didn't work because the box whited out and everything.
Your Xbox could be compromised. Now, Obsidian has come out and they have delisted their games from Xbox specifically, but they are still listed in Steam on PC. While they have not explicitly said the bug transfers over to PC, again, there is no corporation that's going to be 100% honest with you because they need to have money. Understand that both are Microsoft. I would just err on the side of caution. While these are not the only games that are affected, any game that is using Unity is something that should be looked at through a lens of scrutiny just to be safe.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a thing that's been an issue for a while, but then again, we're talking about the same group of people that seem to also fight me in the comment sections very often about, no, I need kernel level anti-cheat to stop the cheaters! Even though don't do crap, and it's creating more problems than it fixes. I'm sorry, but I'm kind of coming around to the point of view that, even though I understand CrowdStrike and other security tools, having kernel level access is still better than games having kernel level access, I'm coming around to the point of view of I don't even think security tools should have kernel level access, especially after a recent talk that I witnessed when I was at GurCon a couple weeks ago, where they, were talking about how Dr. Louis DeWeaver put it the best way possible, which is, okay, let's say, you go to the doctor and you say that you have some issues that you're going to need to get fixed, and the doctor's like, well, I'm going to need access to your wife 24/7 to do whatever I, so desire with to get to the bottom of your issues. Does that make any sense? It really doesn't. So, the problem is gamers have this warped view when it comes to security often of, oh, my data's out there already, so who cares? And, oh, I don't see the problem with, kernel level access of my game as long as they stop cheaters. Newsflash, the cheats don't stop cheaters. Or, just a myriad of other issues. And then the funny thing is, a lot of those gamers will look at me and be like, we should check what's on his computer because, he cares so much about privacy. And he actually talks about how he has all of his machines encrypted. Like, yeah, I've had my machines encrypted since day zero because that's also been a requirement since I was working in hospitals. If you deal with HIPAA-compliant information, your machine has to be HIPAA-compliant, which requires encrypting at rest. And some people are like, well, that's overkill. No, there's no such thing as overkill when it comes to cybersecurity. Okay, there may be at a certain point when you're starting to talk about air gapping and turn two keys at the same time to just be able to turn your computer on to play a video game. But encrypting your machine at rest is a bare minimum thing. Having two-factor authentication for everything you access is a bare minimum thing. HIPAA was a joke when they started. I was working when it started. Oh, I've seen a lot of medical facilities get hit with HIPAA. Like, I know a medical facility that was a small doctor's office that got hit for, I want to say like $250,000 or more, just because they were using the consumer version of Gmail for the calendars and contacts. It's not as much of a joke as people think it is, especially since high tech under the Obama administration has given HIPAA more teeth. Battlefield 6 requires TPM and secure boot to play. Thoughts? Yeah, it sucks. You shouldn't have to do that, and Battlefield 6 also conflicts with Valorant. You can't have both games installed on the same machine because their anti-cheats conflict with each other. Steam notifies you in store and page if you're looking, requires TPM and secure boot and detects if you have them. Yeah, that's because Steam was caring about that crap for a while because they know it also impedes the ability for people to use their Steam Deck. Battlefield 6 requiring TPM and secure boot is dumb, and the only reason it does that is because it's a kernel-level anti-cheat. And the worst problem with kernel-level anti-cheat is it doesn't just run when your game is on. It runs whenever your system boots and then is hooked in. So your kernel level anti-cheat is on as long as your computer's on, and there's very often a case where, you go to uninstall the game and it doesn't remove the anti-cheat. It gets left behind. And there's been anti-cheat that's been co-opted as part of attack chains that you don't even need a video game to be installed, that just uses the anti-cheat as a way to disable antivirus. Did you hear about the Discord things? Yes! This has already been like, no, I'm not, I know I sound annoyed, but it's been like 3 streams in a row that we've talked about this. And yes, while Discord had a third party that get breached, a lot of people are not overselling, sensationalizing what had happened, because last I checked it was 70,000 people that were affected, and it was really only people that were dealing with Discord support or had sent their IDs into Discord. And now most places don't require that. However, if you're in the UK, where you actually are required now as part of the UK Online Safety Act, you're kind of boned there. That access is STH and then have on the table and seek workarounds at the moment. The only one is containers, but it overcomplicates everything. So my keys to turn on my computer battery is overkill. Well, it's only overkill once you start having to take the blood of your firstborn son to turn your computer on. That's a joke. Sort of. Here I've seen medical offices using WhatsApp. So here's the thing. WhatsApp does have a business version of their platform, but almost no one's using it. And WhatsApp is not HIPAA compliant out the box. Because do you know what HIPAA requires that WhatsApp doesn't offer? At least in the consumer version. Centralized control and access. You do not have that in WhatsApp or Signal. It's like, everyone was like, well, isn't Signal so secure? Why do you care so much about Signalgate? And I'm like, Signal is secure for the average everyday person, but Signal is not secure in terms of a Department of Defense and a government, auditing and security perspective, because as we saw, a journalist got added to a top secret discussion because somebody just added the wrong person in, and there's no central control around the identity and access management. It is what we call mandatory access control. So people at each system can actually control it. Yep, it's an arms race against cheat devs who can execute their driver first. Well, even worse is you now have people that are actually using a whole separate computer. So, like, let me give you an example here. You have people that are running, like, a mini computer, like this little guy over here I have for my ham radio. This is probably overpowered for my ham radio stuff, but this is a Ryzen 7 5700U in it, and 16 gigabytes of memory. You can attach a card inside your computer to interface with this device. And that device hooking into the computer can make it look like it's an audio card, it's a network card, or something else that the anti-cheat is going to see as innocuous. But what that device interfacing with this computer is doing is allowing direct memory access. So the second computer is doing the cheating and everything on here by reading and writing directly into the memory. And there's not really much of a way that you can detect that and stop that. And that's what a lot of these anti-cheats are trying to go after, is a lot of these DMA cheats now, and they're now talking about IOMMU, and it's getting extremely invasive. That I really do hope Microsoft eventually does, as I've been hearing the rumors around, shuts down kernel level access. Apple already has done that for years. Apple does not allow kernel level access. Windows should definitely get on that way. Linux, technically you can have kernel level access, not that I encourage it, but the difference is that, like, say in a Windows kernel level access versus a Linux kernel level access, in Windows, you ever see that user access control where it elevates your prompt and then, you know, asks for admin rights and you can do the thing, and it's usually just a click of a button? In Linux, every time you elevate, you have to type your password in. That scares off a lot of people from when you install software. If it's like, yeah, we need your admin password. And you're like, what? I didn't need this for all the other games that I installed on Steam. Now, with the proposed, there's two different entities that are proposing multi-kernel approaches inside of Linux, so you could actually have multiple kernels running at any given time and restricted to different hardware resources. ByteDance is actually one of the people behind this approach, and it's probably going to be a few years until it happens in the Linux world. But essentially, you could allow for kernel level access in a particular kernel, so you could launch the game, restrict it to only a certain CPU and RAM and all that stuff to play the game, and then shut down that kernel when the game's done. But then you could have like a real-time kernel and your generic kernel and all of this, so you can split the loads in different ways. That's a whole other rabbit hole, but that is a potential thing that could be done on the Linux side of things. But neither here nor there. Kernel level access is a bad thing in general unless it's specifically needed, and games are not a necessity. And you will never get me to ever believe that kernel level anti-cheat is a necessity in the average everyday user. And for those people that are like, well, what about competitive shooters and all that? Have a special kernel level anti-cheat version on the machines that you use at these gaming tournaments. But there's no reason Tom, Dick, and Mary should have a kernel level anti-cheat just because they want to play a particular game. And for all the people out there that are like, well, this one game doesn't work on Linux, well, that's probably because it has a kernel level anti-cheat, and I'll tell you there's tens of thousands of other games you can go enjoy out there on Linux that work just fine. We've reached the carrier paper stage. Great. Do you use a ThinkPad? I've used ThinkPads. I don't personally have a ThinkPad. Not that they're bad or anything. Signal is funded by CIA. Alright. Before you go down that path, save some tinfoil for the rest of us. And I've already discussed this because here's the reality. Federal government agencies across the world are backing a lot of different open source projects because they want to use them too. They don't want to create independent projects themselves because the reality is it's easier to hide in plain sight. If you can hide in plain sight, it's easier. Like, let's think about Tor. Tor definitely came from the United States Naval Research Laboratory. Okay? Why is it open sourced? And why does it have United States government backing? Well, if the government were the only ones using Tor, it would make it much more obvious everyone that is using Tor and happens to be seen doing any kinds of Tor-related traffic is a government agent. But if you open source it and then the public's also using the same thing, now you benefit from tens of thousands of independent researchers contributing their work to it, and you have plausible deniability for any assets using said platform. That's the same case when it comes to Signal and all these other platforms. Because could the government create a secure chat platform? Yes. But then, when they're the only ones using this particular platform, and you have, say, a undercover agent that's caught with particular platform on said system, then they're like, ha! Fed! Whereas, if I get caught with Signal, oh, it's just a cybersecurity guy using Signal. Nobody thinks of it. It gives them plausible deniability. Hiding in plain sight is always the best way to hide a lot of your things. And to that point, I already made a video about this a long time ago. On YouTube, if anyone cares about. 8 months ago. Government funding and privacy. Debunking the Signal and Tor myths. I literally go into that government, like conspiracy of like, well, government's funding it. Y'all need to stop with the idea of, oh, government funded equals inherently bad. Government doesn't want to pay for entirely infrastructures themselves. The reality is government also has to think about how they're best spending their dollars. The government is no longer the only entity that has the ability to create very powerful security software. The government realized in the 90s, oh, the private sector is going to do a lot better than we are. Now, there are certain things they do in their own ways that, they require. Let's see. From Wi-Fi, okay. Ian Watkins. Not familiar with that name off the top of my head. But yeah. Alright, let's see. What else did you have for me, Vampire? Okay, so Vampire had another video for me. Dropped it right in the Discord. You think USSR stacks Lithuania and I am cooked? Wait, what? Is there any way to help with issues where the CPU usage are going up on server logs? At that point, you just got to trace what's actually using the CPU. I know it's kind of crappy to say that, and it's a little bit broad to say that, but what could be spiking CPU usage is so many different things. You can use process managers to trace it down. There's ways to do process analysis to see what's doing it heavily. Like I know on this machine over here, PowerShell happens to spike every now and then, and I have to shut it down because I have Chocolatey set up to do automatic updates for certain applications on the Windows box. Alright, so, let's see. Vampire, what did you put in the chat here? Lurkers no longer counting on Twitch. Oh, I think this is about the thing that I talked about the other day where, apparently Twitch is changing the way they're counting lurkers, and I kind of noticed this, where I know a lot of you lurk in chat, and I don't want to call anyone out. I understand, people are lurking for various reasons, but Twitch is apparently changing the way they're counting them by requiring you to be engaged in order to be counted. And I believe it also has to play a role as well into ad blockers and all this stuff. But yeah, it's annoying because I lurk a lot on Twitch too, but that's often because I'm mostly watching DJs. For anyone that's stuck around for the raids and stuff, I raid a lot of DJs.
Is this the end of
Let's see what they
Twitch?
say.
In the past week, we've seen creators talking about their view accounts plummeting. Lurkers no longer being valued on the platform, and honestly, it is concerning.
Yeah.
Streamers have been showcasing their view account numbers, whilst their actual number of active viewers in the chat are significantly larger. So what is happening? There's speculation that Twitch is trialing not counting viewers that are using ad blockers, which, if this is true, this is really concerning, as the vast majority of internet users, especially those using gaming sites, will be using ad blockers. Alongside this, there's further speculation that platforms are
YouTube's doing the same thing as well.
Multiple streams open, which is a problem if you're trying to support 2 streamers at once. And finally, if you have the tab muted or inactive, there's further worry that you won't be counted as a viewer either. So why is this a problem? Alongside it being incredibly demotivating to a streamer to see their viewer count dwindling, it can be really detrimental to income.
Especially
Brands
those starting out.
sponsorships based on view count, and it can drastically change depending on your current CCV, your concurrent viewership. This dip in views has led to a lot of creators on the platform questioning whether there's even a future in live streaming. Have you personally noticed a change? What do you think of this? Tag and share this with a streamer who needs to know this news, and follow for updates.
So yeah, I actually talked about this a little while as well. And, well, the reality is, it's a problem. So, like, I noticed on my streams I can have anywhere from a dozen to a couple dozen people in my viewership. And then I was looking at my viewer numbers the other day, and it was, like, showing, like, 4. But I had, like, over a dozen people that were showing as viewing the stream. And that's a problem, because not everyone viewing a stream is an engaged viewer. Like, think about, like, YouTube, okay? When I'm at work, I need background noise. So I'll often put my headphones on while I'm coding, and I'll be listening to, like, the Financial Audit with Caleb Hammer, or, you know, Level 1 Techs, or, you know, Gamers Nexus, or, you know, various other things that just happen to come across so that I have some background noise going. Am I actively engaged in those? No. But now apparently YouTube's doing this thing now where they're only counting the views from people that have ad block disabled, which really messes up your numbers. And it seems like Twitch is doing the same thing. And why are people using ad blocks? Well, it's simple as this, is that the amount of ads a lot of people put out there, in many cases, is horrible. For example, I've been on streams where they have literally done, like, 15 minutes of ads per hour or something like that. I try to do at most, I think it's what, 3 minutes? I literally do the bare minimum where I get that max split. And a lot of people are like, man, your streams have too many ads. And I look at it from the basis of where I grew up with TVs. And TVs had about 6 minutes of ads every half hour. That's 12 minutes every hour. Actually, no, I think it's 18 minutes. No, it'd be 18 minutes of ads, actually, every hour. It was like 9 minutes every half hour. That's why if you ever look at, like, TV shows when you're on Hulu, Netflix, Paramount Plus, whatever the hell, and you see, like, an hour-long show, but it's really, like, 40-some-odd minutes, unless it's made specifically for streaming, that's why. It's literally cut down so ads can fit into that hour. And that used to be seen as an egregious amount of ads. 3 minutes, I feel like, is nothing. But even YouTube is getting a little bit egregious with the ads. And let me make this very clear. It's egregious in a different way. Where YouTube, okay, you have like maybe 3 minutes of ads or something like that every hour or so. Okay. But the ads I'm getting are absolute ass. Like, they are straight up AI a lot of times, and in the worst way. Like, they are legitimate scams. There are so many ads I've reported to YouTube. I've seen ads literally with, like, Elon Musk in AI about, you know, use this stock app or something like that. And that's a problem. So if YouTube doesn't want me to, you know, block the ads, and They do this thing now, if you've noticed, where you have an ad blocker on YouTube. It actually takes longer to load the video, that at this point I just turn off the ad blocker, because you actually end up losing time versus the ad blocker to not watch the ad because of how long it buffers for each video now. But they're not counting the views that are blocking the ads at the same time. I've seen a chimp talk about car accidents. Stocks and Durex seems to be every ad. Well, I don't know what that says about you, Timsy. Same in male enhancement pills, like, what do they know? The Wandering Pickle, well, you got this name that kind of makes me feel like I can understand why they're sending male enhancement videos to you. You nasty. Well, you know, I will also say this, Wandering Pickle, you're saying, like, F capitalism. Yeah, it sucks at a certain point, but let's look at it this way. Do you really think Twitch, YouTube, all these mediums that we currently use to interact and communicate on would exist outside of capitalism in the ways they work? Because I know there's been a lot of attempts. I'm not by any means saying capitalism is a freaking amazing system and that it doesn't have its flaws. Every system has its flaws. But I am saying that there have been attempts at different technologies run by socialist, communist, whatever, throw your ism or ist ideas, and they haven't worked as well. I will say this, the one beautiful thing that happens with capitalism is if we don't like any of these platforms, nothing is stopping us to move to a different one. So if YouTube does screw up enough, and enough people move to another platform, that is something that could happen. Is it improbable? Yes. Is it impossible? No. Power to the people to eat the rich. I think there's a good amount of rich people that definitely need to be taken down a peg, but I still say that there's maybe a select few that still actually do use their wealth, or at least try to, in good ways. Like Mark Cuban and his prescription thing seems to be a good idea. As much as I despise Bill Gates and what he did in the Windows days, he has actually done some great amount of philanthropy in, the Gates Foundation and what he's been doing with that. Not saying by any means he's blemish free. I mean, every human is going to have its flaws. I think the flaw that we have as humans is to paint any human as another saint, that they are perfect. I mean, you look at Mother Teresa. Even she wasn't a freaking saint. I know she's been sainted or whatever, things like that. But she, go read some of the things she's done. She was not the perfect person. Wait, with pegging the Rick, do I need to call someone friendly? If people are not I think it means stealing. What is the problem with being rich? I can't understand. The only thing that explains the anger towards the rich is envy. Well, there's that, and let's be honest. Nobody talks about a lot of the wealthy people that aren't doing bad because they don't get as much publicity. But then you have you have a good amount of people that are wealthy that are doing bad. Like, I think a lot of people are starting to see, like, Elon Musk is maybe not the perfect kind of person we want to have to be the richest on earth. Even Steve Jobs, may he rest in peace, was kind of an ass. That's why she was saying she questioned her faith. It wasn't just the faith thing. There was a few other things. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I remember some of the things she did. I remember there was some discussion we had about, like, she was not the perfect person. But anyway, moving on. Too much money makes you lose your humanity. I don't know about makes you lose your humanity, but at least it makes you lose your perspective. Do I read the comments on TikTok? I don't know. You tell me. Pinky out. The majority of people are not perfect. No one's perfect. The only person that is perfect is not even a person. And I don't care what your views on faith are, but even God's little... God's probably as close to perfection as one probably can have, but even God has their moments where they've made mistakes. But then again, if God... That's the whole thing that I don't really want to get into on this whole thing, but if God is infallible, then how can they make mistakes and all that? But yeah. What's your political leaning? Nihilism. Alright, what is this that, HBX shared? There's this resist.rocks thing. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna look at that later. Looks interesting. You just hate the orange man with a burning passion. Well, just take an effigy of, Trump and then make him into the Burning Man at Burning Man. That's a joke. Have you gotten into playing Watch Dogs 2? I haven't gotten into playing Watch Dogs 2. I think once I finish, Borderlands 4, then we'll get into it. We'll do my gaming on Linux in a little bit. Because I still gotta finish Borderlands, what is it? Not Borderlands. I have to finish Watch Dogs 1. But, oh god, what did my moderation catch now? Zeus shagged a tree. Gods ain't always great. Zeus did a lot of things that were a little bit effed up. Alright, so what was this that Vampire sent in? Play Borderlands 1? Yeah, I should do that eventually.
Big change just came to Windows 11, and it's not good news for privacy fans. As of October 6, 2025, Microsoft has officially blocked every known method to bypass Microsoft account requirements during setup, what's called the OOBE, or the out-of-box experience. Until now, power users could trick the system using hidden commands like OOBE/bypass NRO, or start MS local only to skip signing in. But those loopholes, gone. With the latest insider builds, those commands either crash...
Hey, before we continue on, have we confirmed this is only talking about home editions of Windows? Because I remember for the longest time, you could actually set up Windows Professional and Enterprise versions to have... domain controller setups where you're going to be using Active Directory and you wouldn't have to create a local account that way. And then you could do that to bypass this. That's how I've done it on my enterprise box over here.
Or loop right back to sign-in screens. Even registry edits or fake emails no longer work. Microsoft says it's doing this to ensure your device is fully configured, meaning, in their view, your PC isn't complete without an online Microsoft account and internet connection. So yeah, no more local setups during installation. If you want to install the latest Windows 11 version, you'll have to sign in first. Then you can remove the account later once on the desktop. Microsoft says it's about better configurations. Users say it's all about Microsoft control.
Yeah. Well, my fix to that: install Linux. Seriously, it really, you're forced to have Microsoft because Minecraft requires it. I played Minecraft on Linux. Just get the Java version. Works fine. A question on my streaming service and your thoughts on it. Can I ask? No, that was your one question you're allowed per stream. No, I'm kidding. You can ask. I don't know why people ask if they can ask a question. Just ask the question. Pardon me, I'm like 3 V8 energies in. I'm close to that point where Fry has 100 thing. Can't have Java on phone. But then you wouldn't be using Windows if you're on a phone. What do I think about Real to Brid? I haven't touched Real to Brid in a while. It's a thing. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying it's a thing. I've used it in the past. Others have used it too. I tend to just respond, you just did, if someone asks if they can ask a question. Yeah, I get that. Forces to create an account over a phone. I don't know about that. I've done accounts on all this stuff through Steam and everything. But I also don't play games on my phone. I don't see the point in that. I use my phone as a phone. Maybe as a camera. Maybe as a music device once in a while. You think BSM is good? I read that as BDSM, and I was about to say, well, I mean, to each their own. Let your freak flag fly if that's how you feel. Okay, what do you mean by BSM? Sorry, brain. Oh, you're talking about business service management? Or you talking about something else? So, this is one thing I'm just gonna say when it comes to stream. Don't just throw acronyms in when you can avoid it, because one acronym can mean multiple different things in this industry. Does get scammed, those Kindle things. Yeah. I do want a Kindle Paperwhite just to have Kindle, but I also don't see the point in having a Kindle. I have my days. It's an OS. Haven't heard of that. Oh, you're talking about the new Synology thing? Yeah, I'm, honestly not a fan of Synology for the past few years. I have Synology in my home lab, but I do not like the approach that Synology is taking with some of their systems. Like, they're forcing you to use the disks that they sell instead of just the NAS drives I buy off of Micro Center. Have a good night, Los Santos. So yeah, like my next NAS, I'm either going to be moving to QNAP or building my own. I've already decided that a long time ago. I'm going to stick with my Synology because I have it, it works for now. But if and when I actually have to replace that unit in the rack, I'm going to change another one. What do I think of Lubuntu? I mean, it's okay. It's very lightweight. LXDE is kind of nice. I've used it on some netbooks and stuff in the past. Are you popping pills for ADHD? Yeah, I'm prescribed medication for ADHD. I don't take a stimulant, but yeah. Make the new Holy See. I can never touch the godliness that is Holy See and Temple OS, the operating system touched by God. Okay, you said Synology, I'm off to bed. Did they not reverse that decision? Last I heard, they didn't, reverse that. Does it work, or is it just a scam? Everyone's brain chemistry is different. So what works for me may not work for you. I know a buddy of mine that has to take his ADHD medication right before he goes to bed so he can sleep. I know some people that have, the meds I take doesn't work for them. So don't go off of what other people say and think that it's going to work for you, because human chemistry, not just in the body, but the brain too, alone, is really interesting. Because you can have one drug work freaking fantastic for one person, and another one do nothing for them. Or in other cases, it can make it worse. So you have to try different treatments for your illness. No, people get hooked on things for different reasons, and there's a comorbidity of addiction and ADHD. That's been a proven link for a lot of people. A lot of people with ADHD are self-medicating without realizing that they're ADHD and trying to treat for that underlying symptom. I do need to make my, people do with alcohol. Yeah, but alcohol isn't really a cure for anything. Alcohol does more bad than good. Alright. Vampire has a whole bunch of puppy videos they uploaded. So let's see what you got. Kinda looks like Barack when he was a puppy.
Yeah.
What the hell?
That's cool right there.
Did I just witness? Did I just witness a deal going down? Why is this not loading right? God damn it, Discord. Fix your audio player. I tripped to it. A lot of bizarre, including MD sitting, scared to write scripts. Yeah. I remember when the sound was like all over TikTok. It's a cute puppy. I should put up some videos of my puppy when he was a puppy.
So how was your first socialization outing?
Ah!
It was hard? You tired? Okay.
Yeah, I can relate with that dog. I had to go socialize. Now I'm tired.
The UK's age verification law, the Online Safety Act, has officially backfired. Discord just confirmed that user IDs, specifically government-issued ones uploaded by children, teens and adults alike.
Okay, so this is talking about the thing that I was talking about earlier, that Discord IDs were mostly tied to government regulations requiring IDs to be uploaded to prove that they're adults to protect, children. But the UK Online Safety Act is not going to protect children. It's in fact going to make it weaker, because the problem is there's no actual minimum standard of requirement that vendors are required to have to protect the information. They're just told to collect the information to prove that they're an adult. The problem is, as we've seen from multiple breaches that we've had. Thank you for the follow, Shredark. The problem that we've seen is, whether it be the T app or what was it? There was the app that people were using to try to go and cancel the people that were not upset that Charlie Kirk had passed. There was another app that was released, and they both actually ended up doxing their own users because they didn't protect their data properly. Yeah, it's been a problem all over. There is no real basic understanding of how to protect people's data. And a lot of this, I think, goes back to the fact that people don't actually take cybersecurity and data protection seriously. And they just say, well, you know, we should just prove who people are online, but we don't consider about the access to that data. We've already had this problem even before really the internet was as prolific as it is, with social security numbers and numbers being stolen and things like that. But yeah. Is that storing password in text again? No. No, this was totally different. This was, they had S3 buckets, which is basically a data storage, a way to store data. And normally what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to close these buckets up so they have to be accessed through an API key in secret. But a lot of developers, especially those that are vibe coding things, they're making buckets that are completely open. So all you have to do is find the endpoint to then be able to pull all that data out. Leaky buckets are a huge problem. And it's not even a case of like, oh, you know, somebody was breached or compromised. You didn't even secure the door to begin with. You didn't even lock the door. You literally were like leaving the door wide open, and somebody just happened to be driving by in the neighborhood and see that door was open and then just ran in and stole the TV. That's essentially what has happened with a lot of these platforms. And a lot of these platforms that are trying to say, well, we need to collect, you know, your data to protect you and all that, they're not hiring penetration testing services, not even PTOS, penetration testing as a service, or penetration testing, you know, consultants to actually go through and, you know, have an actual person go through and see how they would actually attack the systems. And they're just securing these systems. Well, they think they're securing them. And security is never really done as a base thing. Which we at least have this argument at work all the time. You're not going to build this system until we build a secure platform to start with. You need to start with security at the foundation. And if you do that, you're overall going to have a more secure posture. But what happened in this case was Discord was told that you need to collect people's information, their IDs, to prove that they are old enough to consume adult content. But then there was no requirements around said data protections. So it left these users vulnerable. And it looks like, from last I checked, the 70,000 or so people that were affected by this were due to legal requirements to collect data, and Discord's support had to access that. Discord itself wasn't compromised. It was apparently the third-party services they used to process this stuff and handle some of their ticketing that was compromised, from what I could understand. So, let's listen to what they say over that.
Have been compromised in a confirmed hack. The thing that they said would keep kids safe online has now exposed their identities to hackers, and in my opinion, this is just the beginning. Discord, which is the social platform of choice for Gen Z, streamers, creators, and community servers, has had a breach, leaking official identification documents. And that data is now out in the wild, and before anyone says, well, it's Discord's fault, you're half right. But the core blame lies with the UK government for forcing platforms into these kind of checks in the first place. Checks that they outsourced without oversight to third-party age verification firms, many of whom are not even based in the UK. So I want you to picture this. Discord hands your 16-year-old's ID off to an overseas verification firm, and then that firm gets breached. You now have a minor whose passport has been leaked. That's not just a cybercrime, it's potentially criminal negligence. The most sinister part of all of this isn't just the data leak. It's the normalization of handing over sensitive information. I'm tech literate enough to know not...
Chat, we need to clap for this. That's the problem I've been saying for a while. It's the over-normalization of handing sensitive data out that you should not be handing out. Like, even when I hand my data over to different medical facilities and all that, I actually ask questions about how they handle my data, how they process my data, what vendors are going to be in contact with my data, how many people have access to that data, do you have audit logs around that data? Not a lot of these people ask these questions, and they just say, well, I'm going to hand my data over to this company over here, and it should be fine. But then you don't think about, well, how's that data then going to be processed? Like, for example, the 23andMe. It blew my mind how many people were willing to hand over your genetic data to a company and not have the understanding that HIPAA didn't protect you at all. And then they were shocked when, oh, that data is going to potentially be sold now that they're going bankrupt, and that was their number one asset to sell was the people's data. So data is the most valuable thing out of everything. But yeah, anyway, continuing.
To give my passport to a sketchy upload form on a gaming site. But many people aren't. The people most affected by this are young people, vulnerable adults, the elderly, the tech illiterate, the average user who just wants to log into their account and has no idea what data sovereignty means. This law preys on the assumption that users will comply, and now their most personal information is floating around God knows where. We've essentially made it easier for predators, blackmailers, and foreign agents, the very people this law claimed to stop, to get their hands on a searchable database of British citizen IDs. And if there's anything more dangerous to a child than some boobs on the internet, it's their real name, photo, address, and government ID being compromised. Now, I'm going to go full dystopia for a second, because frankly, at this point, I think it's warranted. And let's say this goes further. What happens when this data leaks in bulk? What happens when foreign intelligence agencies get access to it?
I know I'm pausing a little bit too much. So, it will. There's two types of, I forgot who made this quote, but there's two types of people. Those who know they've been hacked, and those who don't know yet that they have been hacked. It's a great statement. Doesn't always mean that's true, though. Like, you shouldn't go on the presumption that you are always hacked, but you should accept the possibility that your data will be leaked at some point in time, and you should actually be looking at it that way. And that's why I think the people's apathy towards how your data is handed out and the over-normalization of just handing data is going to be a detriment to most people, and that a lot of government systems are not built for this, because the problem is, like, I know in the United States at least, I don't know so much about international governments and everywhere else, but in the United States, if your social security number gets leaked, you're boned. It's almost impossible to change your social security number. You can change it, but there are very, very, very limited ways in which you're allowed to do so. And the social security system was never designed to be an identification system. That started in the 1980s. It was designed to be tying to a retirement account. That is a practice that needs to go away. I would like to see some kind of cryptographic way of, whether we're talking about an asymmetric key or we're talking about a, zero knowledge proof or something. So imagine you can have a way to have this key tied to something else, but then there's also mechanisms for it to be changed in the case that it's compromised. But that's not the case. And we're seeing people, like, let's just look at the T-app. The T-app breach that happened. A lot of women had their locations, names, even places of work and stuff doxed because they sent their ID in to get verified and prove that they're merely a woman, which was the requirement for that app. There was the app that was going after the people trying to cancel those that were, celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. People trying to get them canceled, and then they found out the people on that app actually had their data leaked as well. People aren't taught the value of your data and how you should be safeguarding this data. And we still have a lot of these fallacious ideas perpetuated from the FBI days, which is if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to prove. I mean, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. That was the actual, statement, basically. It's fallacious. Everyone does have something to hide. It may not be anything that's illegal, but I'm pretty sure many of you do not want to have your private chats with your buddies exposed for the world to see, or even your chats with your girlfriend or boyfriend. I'm pretty sure that you have things that are not incriminating that you still don't want to have publicly shared. Everyone has a right to privacy. Yeah, why do you lock your door at night? Exactly. So, the people that are, standing here saying, well, I don't understand why you're so worried about how private the data is and that government shouldn't collect this, and I would actually give to them, well, when you go to the bathroom, why do you close the door? Why don't you just leave that wide open? You have nothing to hide. Everyone takes a shit. Everyone pees. You have no reason to close the door. Sounds stupid, doesn't it? Sounds ridiculous. But you agree with me on that statement, so why not expand that even more to, no, I shouldn't have to hand my ID just to go and enjoy boobs as an adult. Oh my God, a child happens to see a naked person like they've been seeing long before the internet. That's a parent's job to have a discussion with your kids. That's not the job of the government to go and, police what kids should and shouldn't be seeing. That's a parent's job. And if the parent isn't there getting involved in what their child is accessing, that's a failure of the parent, not of the government. And if we want to take this a step further, where government involvement should be as far as the parent, they've created the situation where we have two-parent income households that are a requirement in order to be able to survive in this world, which is why a lot of children do not have the proper systems that they need to at least have one parent in their life. I don't care if it's the stay-at-home dad or the stay-at-home mom, but we have a lot of children that are growing up, and this has been something since the Gen X era, even longer. Like boomers were literally having ads in the middle of the night. 10 o'clock at night, do you know where your children are? And that's because government has allowed the middle class to get so screwed over that the middle class has to have both parents go and work a job just to be able to make ends meet. Whereas in the 50s and so on, I'm not trying to glorify it. There was a lot of other problems that going on in that era. Let's just make that clear. I'm not talking about let's have a return to that era. There's other things that play with that. But let's just say the middle class for the earlier part of the 20th century could have one parent afford everything. One parent could actually go. You had I think my dad even told me, like, oh, I went to, work for most of the summer and I paid for most of my college. We go to college for 4 years and now we're paying it off 10, 20 years down the road with a full-time job. But, I'm getting a little bit too off the rails with this. Let's get back to the rest of the video.
Or when a billionaire tech bro gets annoyed that his platform lost out on a government contract, it's not hard to imagine compromat, real or fabricated, being used as leverage. Whether it's leaked DMs or someone's embarrassing Pornhub habits linked back to their ID, the implications are utterly terrifying.
Yep.
But instead of building an in-house, encrypted, privacy-preserving system to protect children and empower users, the government outsourced the job to whoever gave the cheapest quote. They enacted the digital equivalent of thoughts and prayers and handed your ID over to a faceless startup operating out of fuck knows where. It's a law written with slogans and not safeguards, and it's one that will, without question, harm the people that it claimed to protect. And in a few months, I'm willing to bet that we're going to be watching the 10 p.m. news dissecting porn habits, private chats, and furry Discord aliases of government officials, all leaked from the very infrastructure they voted to impose on all of us. And that, somehow, will still be framed as a win for child safety.
Well, here's the one problem he says about, government officials being linked to furry accounts and stuff like that. Government's exempt from these laws. Government officials should never be exempt from the laws that they themselves impose under the name of trying to protect the children. Because if you yourself are exempting yourself from a law as a lawmaker, that tells me it's an ineffective law and that it will not do the things that you think it is, and you actually understand the repercussions for yourself. There should be no law that a politician is exempt from that the regular populace has to follow. Good enough for thee, but not for me. That is some arrogant, elitist BS. I don't like it. Yeah, government, the real diddlers, then if they exempt. Yeah, look at the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing we're dealing with. I mean, that schmuck, the documents should be public, but then you have the frickin' Republicans over here for years talking about how Democrats are protecting child, offenders and, child touchers and stuff like that. But then suddenly they won't release the Epstein documents. It's like, dude, just release it. We get it. Trump's name is in these documents. He had pictures with the dude. He sent birthday cards to him. The list is bipartisan. Yeah, but who's the one blocking it right now? And it's not the Democrats, because the Democrats are still in the minority. And let me make this very clear. I'm not a fan of the Democrats or the Republicans. Clinton invited Epstein to the White House. Okay, and do you see any Democrat that's also saying we should protect him? I don't see anyone saying we should protect them. And the Clintons have been out of power for how long? Who's in power right now? And who's the one that actually was seen on the lists and everything like that? And yeah, the problem is, it should just be open, period. This was the platform, even Republicans were campaigning on for years. We should, release the Epstein list. Well, now you're in power, do it. And then they're giving every reason under the sun. And they even want to have a government shutdown instead of, just releasing the list. Hey, poppers. Hey, poppers. Hey, poppers. Trump is a hypocrite. Well, that's pretty much all politicians in a nutshell. But yes, I don't believe in sacred cows. Republicans, Democrats, they all suck. But I would have to say, in the grand scheme over the past few years, Republicans definitely suck more than Democrats. But Democrats still suck. So it's, as South Park says, the giant douche in a turd sandwich kind of thing. But I digress. So, let's see.
Microsoft is officially killing off everything that you used to like about Windows. Not only has the company been locking down the ability to sign up with local accounts, making it harder to bypass the hardware requirements for Windows 11, but they've also been busy sunsetting apps and features. Recently, Paint 3D got the execution order, with it ending support this coming November. Most people didn't use it, and instead kept
never
using the
really
original
used it.
Paint app that Paint 3D was supposed to replace, so not the worst loss. But now, it's been confirmed that Microsoft is getting rid of Control Panel in Windows. The handy little menu of all the things you could do on your PC.
Which makes no sense, because if you've used
Windows in 1985 is going to be fully replaced by the...
If you've used Active Directory and you manage a Windows environment, Control Panel is pretty much a necessity. Yeah,
Settings app. The Settings app replacing Control Panel isn't new, but there are plenty of things you still can't do in the Settings app that require you to go through the OG Control Panel. But now, either Microsoft is finally gonna make the Settings app more usable, or they're just gonna make it harder to do basic tasks.
Probably gonna do the latter. Okay, we're gonna take a quick bathroom break for a second. I need a bio break, and then watch this video over here, and then probably get into the gaming on Linux side of things while we chat some more and hang out. So I will be right back. Bio break. So you won't miss anything. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. All right, we are back. So, we have a DRM update over here. So, a little context over here. The FCC...
Hey everybody, it's Lon Simon. We've got...
Sorry. The FCC was looking into... There was basically DRM that a lot of the TV broadcasters were going to be requiring, and even if you didn't encrypt the signal over there, there was a way that they could pull broadcasts down through DRM because it all has to be licensed, and it was going to be outside the FCC control, so they were trying to basically privatize a lot of the broadcasting control and such. So there's apparently been an update to this where the FCC is actually looking into this, because a lot of us have complained to the FCC about this. However, the FCC is also closed out right now due to the shutdown. The FCC, for those of you who are not aware, is one of the few regulatory agencies that I actually look at and I'm like, you may piss me off, like all government agencies do, but you have a purpose.
Got a big update today on our fight.
I don't use TikTok Studio. I use OBS for streaming, if that's what you're wondering.
Here in the United States, I've got a full playlist of everything we've done to date so
turn
far
off my background
in the video
music.
description. We've gone pretty far with this. In fact, Tyler the Antenna Man and I actually traveled to Washington, D.C. to meet with the FCC about this issue. And I've got some good news, I think.
I wish I had that kind of money and time.
Surprising given the fact that the U.S. government is currently shut down. The FCC put up a draft of proposed rulemaking about the ATSC3 transition. And there are some things in here that broadcasters were asking for, but there's also a lot in there that we have been asking for. So,
yeah, government stuff is shut down for a good part. Only people that are essential there. Like, you can go apply for a ham and a GRMRS license right now, but they won't actually be processed until, the FCC and the rest of the government is back in business. Although, apparently, ICE is still not, shut down.
So much so that it looks as though this DRM issue is going to be one of the critical decisions that the FCC is going to make, and they are asking for a lot of information, not only from us, but from the broadcast industry as well. We're going to dive into this. There's a lot of text that we're going to be talking about on screen here, but I think it's important to lay the foundation so that you can know where you fit in, because there is more opportunity now to present your side of the story and what you're experiencing. Let's get to it. All right, so let's dive into
Who made the government shut down?
This is a 69-page document. You can find
Republicans.
it at live.tv/DRM.
They're the ones that control the government right now.
I'm going to pick out the parts that I think are most relevant for what we as the viewing public care about, but there might be some other stuff in there that you might find interesting, so definitely take a look at it. So the first thing, though, I wanted to cover is what is changing for broadcasters. What they are proposing here is to end the simulcasting requirement. So up until now, if a broadcaster was using the new ATSC3 standard, they had to have the very same channel on the ATSC 1.0 standard so that viewers didn't lose out. They're now looking at getting rid of this so that if a broadcaster wanted to fully switch over tomorrow, they could do it. And so we may have more to talk about in a little bit related to this, but that's one of the big things they are looking to do. Related to this, and this might be interesting to some of you video nerds out there like me, they're proposing that MPEG-4 be allowed on 1.0.
You can apply for a visa, but processing is going to be slowed down.
Enhance the spectral capacity. So generally, ATSC 1.0 channels are MPEG-2, and although some channels on...
Wait, there's still MPEG-2? Wow, that's old. Yeah, let's definitely move that to MPEG-4 so that we can do a little bit better compression and stuff.
Those sidebands do MPEG-4 for better efficiency. The main channels had to be on MPEG-2 only, and the FCC is looking at potentially kind of a stopgap measure here to allow MPEG-4, which I think would be a big improvement. And they were curious in this filing how extensive MPEG-4 support is out there for tuning devices. I would say probably very extensive, unless you have a super old television. So this will be interesting to keep an eye on.
Yeah, MP4 has been around for a while.
Issues here relate to next-gen TV.
Like my old
tuners
iPod
and
supports it.
encryption. So one of the things that they are asking about in this is the tuner mandate. This is what kind of split all the partners up here, because the broadcasters are asking the FCC to mandate that ATSC3 tuners get put into every new television. The consumer electronics industry has said, no way, we're not doing that because the tuners are too expensive. And so we've had this big schism here, and the FCC is weighing whether or not it should require those televisions to have those tuners or not. So that's on there. They seek some information on what the cost of those tuners might be. They want to get more information on some of the...
Let me see what it says. See the comments, the costs of 3.0 tuner requirements for manufacturers and in turn the cost for consumers. Survey of 655-inch 4K resolution mini LED QLED TV sets from a national retailer. CTA found that the ATSC 3.0 TV sets were on average $80 more expensive than ATSC 1.0 sets. That's a good chunk of change on TVs. Like, even if you're talking about, like, I'm looking at replacing a TV right now. It's probably going to be about $500 for like I think it's about a 50-inch TV or such. $80 is a good jump in a bare minimum hardware for that. And I don't know if that's $80 on their end, which means they have to pass the costs on to us, which will probably make it closer to 90 or 100. Licensing costs? No. I think they're talking about base hardware costs. Yeah, I think they're talking about base hardware costs from this. But would a tuner mandate lower the cost of ATSC 3.0 sets, for instance, through economies of scale or for other reasons? Are there costs that should be considered related to a tuner mandate, and what are those costs and who would bear them?
Surveys that the CTA sent to the commission that found there was an average of an $80 price increase when you included an
it's hardware costs. That's what I thought.
Versus the ATSC 1 set. In our own research, we found that there are very few ATSC 3 sets available at retail. Walmart, for example, one of the biggest sellers of televisions in the United States, doesn't even have a single ATSC 3 television on their retail sales floors. And then the next section of this report deals a lot with the encryption. And
did not know it was not that prevalent
on here, and there's a lot that the FCC is apparently considering based on how they're asking these questions. So they begin the encryption section here asking for comment about whether the FCC should adopt standards or rules concerning the encryption of free over-the-air television. This is something that all of us have been raising to them. This is something Tyler and I brought to them. And
yeah, this was the main concern we had.
Which was the fact that this encryption scheme is being regulated essentially by a private commercial entity that doesn't even make up the whole of the broadcast industry. And clearly they are concerned about this, so much so that they're asking about whether they should be the ones to look at these encryption rules versus turning it over to a private agency. Moving further in here, they reference the thousands of consumer comments that have appeared in the docket, and they note that many of these were filed by early adopters even before the Commission's most recent public notice. And this is why it was so critical to get your comments in, because they can't consider it as part of the record unless it is on the record. And as you'll see in a few minutes, a lot of you are quoted in this filing, which is really cool. They then spend a lot of time on the A3SA, which is that private entity that is currently regulating all of this stuff. We've had concerns, of course, about the encryption side of it, but there's also an issue related to station signing, where this A3SA organization has the power to pull stations off the air
this
by
is what we talked
pulling
about.
their identification certificate. And if that is pulled, then these TVs can't tune it in. So they're concerned about that too. Look at all these questions they're asking about.
And that's
the
without
A3SA.
encryption even being part of it.
Concerns here. And this goes on and on. So this is the sort of stuff that they are seeking. I think there are some areas where consumers can sign off on this sort of thing, but I think they're also opening the door for more broadcast industry participants to talk about things as well. They then move on to competition concerns, and they attach DRM to that, especially given this issue that we've raised about the A3SA becoming a gatekeeper about who gets to sell equipment onto the market. One of the things that we talked about a few weeks ago was the fact that the HD Home Run box was promoted by this group until they decided they didn't like it anymore. And then they went out and essentially trashed them on the public record with the FCC. One thing here that they also noticed that the commission...
Because I was looking at an HD Home Run box for myself.
ATSC3 programming would be intended to be received by all members of the public and would not require a private contractual agreement between the broadcaster and viewers, which is essentially what the A3SA is doing. So therefore, the FCC is seeking comment on whether the current 3.0 encryption regime, as administered by the A3SA and implemented by broadcasters, constitutes the definition of broadcasting within the Communications Act. So
it does not.
Is a big deal, I think. They are really diving into this, and we could end up in a situation here where the A3SA is taken out of the equation completely, which I think would be a big win for consumers. And then they go on.
I do not want to see private regulation of that.
To view encrypted signals. They're very concerned about this. Look at all the things they're asking for here. They also...
Hold on, let's see what they say here. We seek to comment on whether we should adopt rules requiring device manufacturers to ensure that encrypted 3.0 signals are able to be displayed on all TV sets and devices that conform to the 3.0 standard, particularly if we decide to adopt the 3.0 tuner requirement. Would the stated requirements of Section 303's that TV broadcaster receivers be capable of adequately receiving all television signals be met if we also did not require that receivers be capable of displaying encrypted signals? Alternatively, should we, at a minimum, require that devices that seek display that devices that cannot display 3.0 encrypted signals disclose such limitation at the point of sale to consumers? We seek comment on how such a notice could be provided and whether there are other means to provide consumers the same information, e.g. by requiring broadcasters that encrypt their signals to provide notice via their website or some other means. We note, for example, that next-gen TV logo certified devices are not necessarily able to display encrypted 3.0 signals, as the logo program is separate from the A3SA decryption program. The FOTV reports indicated that discussions are underway to unify the testing programs. We seek comment on the status of those discussions and the likelihood that they will result in a program that ensures consumers are able to view encrypted signals on next-gen TV or result in a program that ensures I read that line again. Certified equipment. What is the extent of this problem, including which 3.0 sets and devices carry the logo but are not currently capable of displaying encrypted signals, and the reasons for this disconnect? We also see comment on consumer groups' concern that if the Commission mandates a nationwide transition to ATSC 3.0 while permitting broadcasters to encrypt signals such that only A3SA-approved devices may receive them, it will effectively outsource the operability of broadcast reception to a private entity. I do not think that encryption should be a requirement for TV. We have not had encrypted TV signals for the entirety of its existence. There is really no argument from, the need to encrypt TV signals, because the only time that we've seen interception of TV signals was very few and far between. The most popular one was that Max Headroom TV hijacking in the 1980s. And that was such a precise, targeted, and so many things have to line up. It's not as simple as you just overpower. It's you have to intercept and all this. Yeah, I don't see the point in encrypting TV signals, especially when you want TV to be open. TV signals, AM and FM broadcasts should not be encrypted in the very least, because that will make it harder for people to access a lot of these technologies. Because if you're in an emergency situation, you want airwaves to be as accessible as possible, whether it be shortwave, AM, FM, or, your TV signals. We need to be able to make sure that signals can actually be able to propagate and be consumed by people in an emergency broadcast situation. That's why I even believe that, I know there's a lot of EVs now that actually aren't coming with AM radio included, and I actually did contact my congressperson to let them know that I do support AM radios being mandated in all cars, because AM is a very vital resource in an emergency setting. So, yeah, as a ham operator, a Meshtastic operator, a regular cybersecurity and tech person, I do not believe in the encryption of TV signals. While I do believe in encryption on many other things like private comms and all of that, this isn't a private communication. TV has always been this expectation that if you blast it out over the radio waves, that anyone who has an antenna and the ability to receive and then, process that video should be able to view that video or audio. Carrying on.
Signals, they're very concerned about this. Look at all the things they're asking for here. They also ask for comment on whether broadcasters should be required to use a specific encryption method, because one of the things that Nick from Silicon Dust and Tyler and I brought up to them is the fact that they've chosen only one method, which is compatible with only one type of hardware, but it excludes Apple, it excludes the market leader Roku, and a bunch of other devices as well. So it's clear from this encryption section, the FCC has a number of concerns. They could have signed off on the whole transition with this order, and they have not. And they're seeking a lot of detail now to help them make a decision about whether or not encryption is going to be part of the standard. But they're definitely...
Encryption only makes sense on cable and satellite systems, but that's totally different.
Who have been keeping this issue on the front burner. But they weren't done with this, because they also want to look at fair use related to in-home recording. Now recall that when they implemented the ATSC1 standard, the old FCC just signed off on the broadcast flag that would have prevented in-home recording. It required a court decision to reverse the FCC's decision. Here the FCC is expressing some concern that the fair use of consumers to record in the home might be violated by this DRM encryption. And there's comment.
I agree.
They also
we should have the ability to record any comms
that they put together for next-gen TV. Now, what the broadcasters have always said was, well, we have these encoding rules, and look, we allow people to record television, but those rules only apply to simulcasted broadcasts, not to a standalone ATSC3 broadcast that would presumably be the standard in the future. And the FCC didn't fall for it. They note that these rules only apply to simulcasts, and they seek some guidance on what the rules should be moving forward. So I see all of this as a tremendous amount of progress. The fact that they...
See what they say. These rules are: viewers must be allowed to decrypt and record these broadcasts even if they're using a less secure device that requires an internet connection. Viewers must be allowed an unlimited number of copies of these broadcasts. Such copies cannot have retention limits. Viewers must be allowed to use trick play features such as pause, rewind, fast forward, and ad skipping. Viewers must be allowed to use any authorized digital output, i.e. no selectable output control. And viewers must be allowed to use analog outputs to connect to legacy TVs, i.e. no prohibition on or required down resolution. Yeah, that all makes sense to me. Yeah.
Care about fair use, the fact that they're concerned about the A3SA, the fact that they're concerned about encryption standards and who sets the rules, and of course the impact on consumers overall. So they have definitely heard us. There is no question about that. Of course, the proof is in the pudding when a final decision is made. But the fact that
I wouldn't hold my breath for the Trump FCC.
A lot, especially given they are making some major moves to end the simulcasting requirement. And here's where I'd love to have the perspective of those of you who are involved in the ATSC 1.0 transition. I do hear from you in the comment section every once in a while. I'm curious from you as to whether or not there was this much discussion about the broadcast flag during that period of time. And you'll recall the FCC allowed the broadcast flag only to have it reversed in a court decision. Here, they're putting a lot of effort into the docket to think about this ahead of a decision, which I definitely don't think happened before, but I could be mistaken. So let me know down in the comment section. But I think this is a significant development here. Also, I wanted to point out just how many general consumers like you they are referencing here. So they did go into the document and look at everything that people submitted, and you'll see that there's a lot of comments in this document from all of you. Tyler and I got mentioned, I think, at least 4 or 5 times in this as well. So those comments get read, they do get looked at, and I think that's why it's so important to get your name into that record and share your thoughts with the commission.
And for those of you that say that, what good does it do to reach out to my government agency or my congressperson? Yeah, it does. It does help. That's why I always tell y'all that you should spend time when you actually care about certain legislation. Call your congressperson, call the respective agency in charge of it, put your comment on the record as to whether you support or disapprove of any particular legal actions that they have moving forward, because at the end of the day, the government is, they work for us. Whether we, don't think about it or that they do. They do work for us, and a lot of these people are afraid of losing their jobs if, the tides turn against them. So a lot of times these things happen because they think no one's paying attention. But if you pay attention, they'll pay attention as well that you are paying attention.
Experiences really do matter here, and none of this would be talked about right now if not for all of you who submitted on the docket. So now what? Well, at the end of the month, provided the government reopens, there will be an FCC meeting to vote on this document. And if they vote for these rule changes, what's going to happen, at least out of the gate, is that the simulcasting requirement goes away. We might see MPEG-4 broadcasts get approved in certain situations. And then
MPEG-4 broadcast would be nice.
Comment period to answer all of the questions that they put into the document. That's a large part of the vote here, is to open up another comment period, which will go, I think, for another 60 days or so, plus the reply period. So we're looking now into next year for a final decision to get made. I think what we should be focusing the FCC on at the moment, ahead of this 28th meeting, is to create a DRM-free market test.
I like it.
Do it would be to not allow DRM on a non-simulcast ATSC3 broadcast. That one would be, I think, very achievable. I think we should reach a little higher, perhaps, and suggest that DRM is turned off for the time being.
I agree.
To see how the market responds to that.
I agree.
Because if DRM has been holding back the market, we could prove that it's been holding it back by turning it off and see how the market responds to that. I think you all know the answer to this question. We'll see a lot more tuners at a lot less cost, and we will see greater consumer adoption. And a lot of us who can't watch TV now, who have the equipment, will start being able to watch it again. So I think there's tremendous opportunity here for the FCC to do a real live market test. If we're about making this whole transition a market-based thing, let's test the market. Turn the DRM
I agree with that.
And see what happens.
I don't think DRM should be on regular TV.
As well. So that is something we should start thinking about filing in the short term. And then on the long term, we should think about filing responses to the questions that they're asking for a more permanent decision. So get ready to file. And to do that, I've got my instructions up at lon.tv/FCC instructions. One other thing I was thinking about with this, and Tyler, the antenna man, and I kind of came up with this idea together, is that perhaps we should all, in our filings, also include a picture of us with our encryption messages telling us we can't watch television, because I think it would be good for the commissioners to see that there are faces attached to these citizens.
That actually is a good idea.
Denied access to the public airwaves. Tyler,
I don't have an over-the-air TV. I was planning to set that up, but that has been a concern of mine.
In his video that he did a few weeks ago, and I think this would be another thing we can do to just let the commissioners see our faces and how frustrating it is to have encryption blocking public airwaves. So that is it for this update. I think we've got a lot of homework to do here. I did file something yesterday, and it hasn't shown up yet, so I think the government shutdown might prevent this stuff from getting in front of the commissioners at the moment, but I would file it anyhow because those electronic submissions do still work. The data is being collected, and at some point when the government reopens, they'll get those things out on the docket. So definitely get to work here. Again, let's look at a DRM moratorium as our short-term goal for October 28th. I don't think it's necessarily realistic to think that they would make a big change like that, but they have the power to do it, so we may as well suggest it and have a real market test. I think that would be a great start. That will do it for this one. Until next time, this is Lon Seidman. Thanks for watching.
Yep, so I think it'd be great if we get rid of DRM in general for TVs. Because that definitely has been an issue where, I remember many years ago, we used to buy these, we had to buy one of those DTV tuner boxes when my TV got it. And then we had to get that. Now we had to get different tuner boxes for that. Now we spend like this is ridiculous. I spend $500, $600, $700, $800 on a new TV, and then that TV can't read the content from the over-the-air, antenna that I plug into it because it doesn't have the DRM capabilities. So in order to get that working, I then have to buy a box just to get over-the-air TV to decrypt that. And then you have HD Home Run, which I was looking at doing so that I could possibly just have one cable go down into my network rack, blast it over the entire network over there, and HD Home Run apparently won't work with this next-gen TV they're trying to do because it's going to be requiring encryption and DRM and all that. It's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous the ways that we're going about with our TV, and it's just it's ridiculous that the over-the-air TV, which is supposed to be the most accessible system, so that's why I've always said shortwave, AM, FM, and TV should always be accessible to everyone. You shouldn't have DRM on that. You shouldn't have encryption. You should be able to grab that TV signal with a simple SDR, in my opinion, plug that into a computer, do a little bit of, processing, and be able to calculate any of that data. Whether you're talking about just straight audio or convert it into video. Because in a time of emergency, when you're going to need emergency broadcast, and let's say satellite and or cable is down, over-the-air TV should be able to still function. Same as the way with FM and AM and shortwave radio. And that's also why I agree with that, ham radio shouldn't have encrypted signals, because you do want to have people to have accessibility to that. Some people may disagree with that statement, but yeah. But then when you talk about Meshtastic and other things like that, I do think that they should have encryption. There's a time and a place for encryption, and in most cases, I do agree with encryption. But when we're talking about technology that is meant to have the masses available, especially in times of emergency or just basic access to a lot of things, it should be accessible to everyone. We're going to definitely be keeping an eye on that situation as it develops over time. But yeah, that was a nice little update though. Let us see. Alright, we're going to shift into the next part of the stream. Getting some gaming on Linux going. And of course we can still chill out, talk tech and everything like that. Turning on the kernel preemption over here. It looks like Borderlands 4 is validating its stuff. I do think once I finish Borderlands 4, we'll probably be doing Watch Dogs, because I know a lot of you have been asking me to do that. I've never really played through that game. I got Watch Dogs 1 and 2, and I think once all that's done, we'll go back to Elder Scrolls 3 and 4, because I have the remaster. And then I also wanted to get back to doing Path of Exile 2, which has been a fun game, and I haven't played that in a while. Although they are, I think, adding more Borderlands 4 content, but what they really need to do is, optimize the damn game. It is blowing my mind that a Ryzen 7 5700U on my laptop played Borderlands 3 perfectly fine at good settings at 1920 by 1080, 1080p. But then Borderlands 4 is struggling at 1080p on a 3070 with the 5950X. And from what I can see, there's not that much of a graphical quality jump from Borderlands 3 to 4 because it's a cel-shaded game. So, yeah, it's insane. It is really insane. And it does look like they're starting to hear back from the community saying you need to optimize this game. You need to optimize this game. Because there's no reason why a 3070 should struggle the way it is, and that you do actually need frame generation on just to make the game playable. Yeah, that has been one of the biggest letdowns of Borderlands 4, but now that I'm, like, so into Borderlands 4, it's like one of those things of, well, I may as well, you know, finish the game since I'm this far into it. Although, to be fair, I haven't even finished Borderlands 2 and 3, I just kind of got stuck on a bunch of side quests, and probably should get around to finishing those games, too. I have a bad habit of not finishing certain games in the past, like, 10 years. Unless they're, like, shorter games, like, the Quake series, the Wolfenstein series. Hell, I haven't even finished, Doom Dark Ages and Doom Eternal. Yeah. I think the problem is I just don't have enough time in the day to do between the tinkering projects I want to do and the gaming I want to do. I used to have a lot more time on my hands. Honestly, if I ever got to the point where I could make enough money off of content creation and just do my tinkering projects all day, that would be great. Because then I would literally be building different stuff. But I don't think I'll ever get to that point. For one, I actually like my job and I like working in cybersecurity, and I just don't want to turn into one of those content creators that basically sells my soul and shills a bunch of crap. If anything, I'd like to go after, like, Gamers Nexus and a few others and how they do things like that, but that would probably take a few years of building things up. And I don't know if content creation is really ever going to be a full-time career for me, nor do I really feel like I want it to be. I never even planned to be a content creator to begin with, but I accidentally became one during the pandemic and everything, and then a lot of people just like, can you go on Twitch? Can you do content long form? And can you have a Discord community? And I did it because I wanted to build the community. But yeah, we'll see where we go a few years from now, how things end up being. Who knows? Life is a funny way of being. You know, I never actually intended to really go into cybersecurity really all that much many years ago. I just kind of fell into that. So. Alright, let's get the soundtrack going. Power Man 5000. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's got to compile shaders. So it looks like they have been doing more updates if it has to keep compiling shaders. Hopefully next year I can build a new computer for my Linux needs and all that. It'd be nice to move the 5950X from here to this box over here and get at least a 5050 or maybe a 5070 for my stream box, and then I'd like to get at least a 5070 or a 5080 for my main Linux box, but who knows, by then I'll probably have the 6000 series. Primarily want that AV1 encoding to help boost the quality for all of you on there. And I mainly want more VRAM on the main Linux box for my LLMs and stuff. Because it'd be nice if I can actually do more stuff locally. Come on, 86%. I'm so gonna laugh if this game crashes before like it normally does. Oh, it's gotta check the patch? Oh, it's gotta download a patch? I thought it normally downloads the patch in Steam, but interesting. Oh, okay. So it's rebooting. It's kind of interesting how they've at least been patching this game quite a bit. Very close to nuking my Windows PC for Linux problems this month. Oh yeah. A lot of people have been having Windows issues and are really surprised that Linux is actually easier to operate than Windows many days. I'm actually going to make a video at some point. I have the script mostly written for gaming on Linux. And it's also going to include like basic breakdowns like file system structure and how I do some of the games and stuff like that. Literally just started and already. Come on. Might wait for that video to drop then. Yeah, it might be later on this week or so. I've actually been sitting on the script for a couple weeks. I've just been busy. Alright, let's see. Which way do I need to head to? Okay, to the left. Shit. Hit the wrong button. In the desert, blowing up sunshine. The salvation, you will see the slice from the tablecloth. Going up the sunshine. Let's go into the park. There we go. I will have to say, the jumping and flying around and shooting, I definitely learned a lot of that from Tribes 2 back in the day. I could enjoy a good old-fashioned ZFPS every now and then. I wish that's a genre that more people would actually make games in, but I think that genre is personally dead. Tribes 2, the disc thrower. Oh yeah, the spin fuser. Yeah, I was pretty good at the spin fuser. If you give me some time, I'd get back up on my skills on there.
That's a bit too close, Frank! You're really gonna hate this! Someone brought some shine to discover!
Do they always send the bomb? Why do they always send the bomb? They always send the bomb. They always send the bomb. The jokes. This is Marilyn Manson, I think, playing right now. Haven't heard them in a while.
Oh good, order horses! To what do I owe the displeasure? These order types just don't bleed right, you know?
Okay, I see you, buddy. That was close.
Never saw it coming.
Okay, come on. Really? For some reason it didn't click down. Ooh, that was close.
In my bionic boots!
Okay, we got two more over in this corner.
Your flesh will fall from your
I knew you're around here somewhere. There you go. Sticky bombed ya. Alright, so what's next?
These order types just don't bleed right, you know? What? That it? Sometimes just don't bleed, Rants, you know? You see the look on their face?
Your brilliance continues to astound!
Nice. Alright. Got that little area cleared. It looks like I'm almost halfway to the next level. Alright, let's go check the loot. Are all my guns loaded? Still had some ammo, I guess. Alright, what's this little green item here? Nope, not a good enough shield. Oh, number 2, smoking in the boys' room. Smoking in the boys' room.
Objetivo localizado. That's much where you're looking. Show some respect, eh?
Come on, come on. Goddamn, where'd you go? Molted your leg, buddy. Turned you into Hop-Along Cassidy. Up with your rules. Everybody knows that smoking ain't allowed in school. Pretty much only used my SMG. I still feel like that SMG is probably my more powerful weapon that I got in my arsenal. Oh yeah, forgot. It's the top right that I should be in for this, because I cover up my ammo selection and stuff. God damn pistols. Not really a pistol guy. What do we got here? I don't care if it ricochets. Of course, I get like class mods for everything but my dude. Is this the right way?
Oh good, order forces. What do I owe the display?
God damn it. So close. And he died. He died from my radioactive, corrosive, whatever thing. Annoying.
Was it true?
That it? Really? That's it? Come on, give me the loot, give me the loot. Alright, let's see. Where's this power cable go? No power button? Annoying.
¡Ay, qué frío!
I am one hell of a shot if I do say so myself.
Did not mean to do that.
Got some artificial infantry to deal with.
Alright, what you got over here? Interesting. We'll take a look at that.
Hasta luego, friend.
Okay, so where are we at right now? Got these little dudes popping up out of nowhere. Took a little shortcut down. There's got to be some more dudes over here.
Make room for the boom. fit you is plastic.
Damn, class mods for everyone but myself.
I dare say that one's dusty. Here come the fireworks. That's a bit too close, Frank.
Oh, who wants some more?
I dare say that one's dusted.
Alright, let's see. Gotta do an ammo check now. Cool. Alright.
Damaging the right? Downright unsporting. To the skies!
Okay. He's an ally. So I need to go over here.
Keep it together, come on!
Oh, well, I found Slapbat.
I mean to.
Okay, come on, you big boy. Let's go. Nice. Almost at level 21. Sweet, got him. Interesting rifle there. I'll have to see how it compares. Alright, let's see. Recent. Alright, so we're going to compare that to my current rifle. Alright, we're going to take a break for a second. I got to take a human break. Bio break. All right, let's see. Love you. 471. Okay. Out the skelter. Alright, so where do we need to go to next? Is it this way? Yeah, it's this way. Okay, we need to go up and around.
Get ready for some high velocity violence!
Got that little junior guy down. Not that I really need the cash.
Hasta luego, friend! I dare say that one's dusted.
Alright, let's see. Where do we need to go now? Ever meet your heroes? Alright, let's go see if we can track this mission down. Alright, we'll fast travel here. There we go. Run out here. Generate my cycle.
I was certain that was banned here. Why'd they need a guard for board game night?
Alright, let's see. Where do we need to go to get up there? Because I think that's where the shrine is. See if I can find that. Nope. Oh, wait. Here's a bobblehead. Goddamn invisible walls.
Ready to unload!
Ignore me, weapons.
To
help you find your path. If you seek inner wisdom, nothing can stand in your way again. Seems like you could use some guidance.
A Ripper Sage, huh? Isn't that like a contradiction in terms? Guess I could hear you out for that.
Excellent. Let's dive right in. First things first, we'll need to assess and align your energy paradigms. Take this aura diffracting ego prism. It's a mood rock.
I got a mood rock.
Right. Does it say I'm bored right now, or is it broken?
Your aura is so diffracted, scattered like dust in the wind. But that's what I'm here for. What we're here for. To show you the truest reflection of your interior universality. With my 3-step healing plan, you'll be self-actualized in no time. Which is good, because I have another client on the way. Venture forth to the path of opportunity.
Did I just get roped into an MLM or a cult?
Someone tell me they saw that!
I used to call this the path of challenges, but I changed the name. Know why? Because a challenge is really just an opportunity in disguise.
Yeah, I got roped into a cult. That's what happened.
Dying to receive your wisdom.
Great question. I opportunity you to answer it for yourself.
I've reached this opportunity path. Now what?
Now the real work begins. Your first challenge tunity is a test.
Challenge tunity.
Our lives are filled with conflict and opposition. How do we stay grounded in the moment and respect our innermost truth without getting distracted by, say, a horde of screaming rippers?
I don't know. Like distracting them right back?
Focus on the sound of my voice. Let it guide you.
I'm focusing on the sound of the pew-pew.
And destruction. Hold these two truths within.
To the knife!
Come on.
Look out, world! I'm coming for you.
Found a better spot!
Come on.
I love police!
Find some cover! Better murder angle! Here's your welcome basket!
Looks like we got one left.
Hey, baboso. I've neutralized those Ripper pendejos.
And how do you feel?
I'm feeling a little testy. Porque este pinche life coach casi me mata. It's not great.
Exactly. You see, you can't resolve your internal conflict through thoughtless external violence. This is good stuff. Next,
Jesus.
we'll bring your aspirational and devotional selves into equilibrium. Head toward the woods.
Aspirational and devotional selves.
Balance. You know, I used to think I needed to tear people to pieces to get to their core. But it's the opposite. Most people are in pieces already. Like a puzzle, one must put them together to discover their deepest truth.
What the hell? I don't know what this guy is smoking, but I still feel like I need to tear people across.
Go to top of the village. Elevate the
Best watch where you're looking.
I allow you. The freedom to perform meaningful work. The freedom to serve a master whose aims are beyond your comprehension. All your needs and thanks to my gifts. All your support. Questioning their ways. Ask yourself, why should they feel your curiosity? Ship over in light.
Gotcha.
The work never ends, nor shall you, as long as you keep working.
Alright, let's see. What skill can we add? Killer. Alright, definitely gonna increase the amount of time that I can use for his cannons.
Work, and only work, that gives your life meaning.
Sometimes we feel like we're getting nowhere, but that's just because our insight ladder is out of balance. Turn your obstacles into steps, and you'll be amazed how high you can climb. Show me what your insight ladder looks like by scaling the stones of balance.
Bueno. So if I get my shit together, it'll lift me up? Worth a shot. Wait. Am I agreeing with a Ripper?
Now you're getting it. And these boxes are your shit. You'll only reach the top by putting them into balance.
Wait, so do I have to actually... This is gonna be annoying.
Ah, the cube of character. That one goes wherever you want. No one can tell you where you're on. You've got the box of belief. That's the crate of compassion. It's important to give ourselves grace, even if we waited way too long to see a life coach about our issues.
The hell is this dude going on about?
you're thinking, what if this doesn't work? What if I'm a lost cause? Well, after this...
Oh, dude, with this guy, shut up.
Stacking boxes. You made it. You learned how to practice balance. And
I learned how to jump on boxes, that's all.
It's funny. I get so busy doing cool Rafa things, I sometimes forget to take care of Rafa.
And that's okay. Transformation is a process. Embrace this new insight. Time for a check-in. Let's take stock of your progress. Place your mood rock over there and give it a look-see.
What are we looking for here? It looks exactly the same.
Growth isn't always obvious. Like the seed of a mighty tree, your personal breakthrough is germinating. We're close to something. My final challenge will bring it all together. Pick up your ego prism and head to the Den of Acceptance. So,
Ego prism?
final step, I thought we could try a little role play, but we'll need some assistance.
Well, Borderlands has been able to play on Linux, for years. Every Borderlands title, every Doom title, every Quake title has worked on Linux.
Second location. Hey, role-playing's not my thing, so...
Nothing like that. Ricky here will be playing the role of your inner demons, giving voice to all that unspoken negativity you've internalized. To pass this test, all you have to do is resolve the conflict with yourself.
What am I looking at here? Am I supposed to be impressed? I didn't know they stacked self-esteem issues that high. Ha! What a crock. What a frickin' load. Mr. Pretty Boy over here walking around like he isn't scared of what he'll see every time he looks in the frickin' mirror. Look at me. Hey, look at me. This is frickin' beauty right here, baby.
Hi. Rafalino, it breaks my heart seeing you hurting like this. But I see you now. And you
What the hell?
Beautiful. Not for your sexy
I thought his legs were on the back.
Sexy hair, but for your sexy heart. Never lose that.
Okay, let's try again. You can't just hawk your negative self away, you know. You have to be forceful.
Oh, so positivity wasn't the answer?
Force can be positive. Lethal force. Now you're getting it, but oh no! Looks like that inner negativity is about to externalize.
Oh, you are freaking done!
You see, without confronting the true source of our conflicts, we can't make progress. Now, get confronting.
Just like in the training video! Why are you all the way over there, huh? Get cozy! Why you? That was unpleasant!
I guess personal growth is mostly about hitting rippers with a positive mindset.
That's the sound of self-actualization. You've redirected your violent impulses toward inner growth. Now you may receive the ultimate wisdom.
My whole life's journey. I'm ready.
Hurry back.
Nice.
My new client should be here soon. We're going to work on their impulsivity issues. Everyone's got their own journey. Now, listen carefully to the harmonic oscillations of your soul sanctum. Do you hear that? Your sensorium stabilized. Your values matrix untangled. And look, put the ego prism there so you can see the change. No, not like that. Quick, turn it around. The other way.
Really?
Oh, pinche cabrón. I really am smiling now. Ah, you got me good.
You see, you believed in yourself. You did the work. And now nothing can defeat you, as long as you manifest true self-love.
How could I have ever doubted you, amigo? Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. There's a few more tools to ease your journey in that chest over there. Now, I have one more gift for you.
That's cash.
I know the other stuff was kind of woo-woo, but this is serious. It's the single most transformative piece of wisdom I could possibly impart. You must always remember that...
Hi, I'm here for... Oh, crap, a Ripper! Ah! Ceasefire! Ceasefire, pendejo! That was too close. That Ripper was right upon you. I saved you just in time. Whew. You here for the life coach too? Where are they? I have an appointment.
Compadre, that was the life coach.
Oh, I see. You're saying I can learn as much from the dead Ripper as I could from any teacher. That we're all just students of the world. You must be the life coach.
Sure.
I have so much to learn from you. I'm ready to begin. My ex-girlfriend convinced me, but maybe...
$182 and... Sweet. All right.
Again. I'm ready to begin my journey to enlightenment. Oh, wise life coach, many miles and countless bad vibes have I endured to reach you. So, can you help me out?
You just killed my life coach. So normally, you'd be dead. Out of respect for him, though, I'll help you.
Oh, thank the maker! I was this close to trying therapy. So, how do I attain enlightenment? Hot yoga, bullet journaling, juice cleanse?
Hey, all you need is a series of weird opportunities. Same as me. How about we start with... balance, huh? Try and keep up.
do I do now, oh wise one?
Just reach the top.
What? I can't get up there.
Híjole, we're really at square one, huh? You got to climb, baboso!
No, I don't think I have the body strength to move those, or to climb even.
How have you survived this long? Ah, I've got it. Balance, right? So I'll balance this trash can lid on your head.
What?
No me digas. You want my wisdom or not?
Fine, fine. I'll do it. See? Easy. Now what? Are you even really a life coach?
We're just getting warmed up, cabrón.
Are we really just putting random shit on his head?
Try this on for size.
Hey, what the?
Looking good. Have some more, otra vez.
I can take it.
Are we really just turning him into a human trash can?
A ver, how's that?
Kind of crappy. My head hurts and I'm super nervous. One wrong move and I'll spill garbage everywhere.
See, get it? When you find yourself under a bunch of trashness, then you can't think straight. You can't find balance until you're trashless. Boom.
Wow. Oh, you're good. So you're saying I should be recycling more. I feel so freaking wise.
Pendejo. Sure, yes, good. Oh my god, now get out of here. Go, find some crash. I'll teach you acceptance or something.
What's up, Parsanox?
Those crash don't stand a chance. I'll bet my lower root chakra on it.
I thank the Maker. I was this close to manifesting my fist in that guy's face.
You still on Pop, or are you looking at any other distros? I'm still on Pop. Yeah, I haven't really found a need to go to any others. Distro hopping just basically ends up with the same thing, and Pop has been working fine for me. I may, I may swap distro, to Pop OS 2404 once Cosmic comes out, of course.
Come on! Quit putting holes in my ride!
Once I build a new PC going full AMD for that. I mean, I hear things about Bazite, but I just don't think it'll work for my workflow. And I like Debian types more. Alright, let's see. Where am I going next?
If you have time to leave, you have time to work. Your brothers and sisters depend on you. Your slaves' welfare hangs in the balance. Only you can offer them deliverance. And deliverance's sweet name is Borderlands. The mountain does not rest. Why should you? Idleness is weakness. And I have no tolerance for weakness.
Nope. I don't know why once in a while it decides to slip in Insane Clown Posse when I do not like them. Alright, so which way do I need to go?
To ask less and give more. Be assured that it's hard as you work.
Almost didn't see you there!
The iron of your blood. The mountain. So that the mountain might provide insurance. Arms were made for hauling, feet were made to stand. The eye and iron is open hand.
Trying to get to this little stupid village they have up there.
Only by
There we go. I think that's... Yep, that should get us most of the way.
The old ways were set down in a cruder time by a more ignorant.
am one hell of a shot if I do say so myself. I dare say that one's dusted. See that? That's a little thing called marksmanship.
There we go. Little rockets are doing nicely. Not my favorite gun, because when it comes to assault rifles, I'd rather have something automatic. But it gives a nice boom.
That's the gun you're going with? No, it's cute. It's cute. Tantos objetivos, tan poco tiempo.
Finally out!
So I just need to find the data pad, I guess.
It's scrub-a-dub time!
Trust the mountain and charge forward!
Here comes the danger. Never saw it coming.
Come on. That all they got? Okay, cool. Oh, so I gotta go back to the command console? Okay, so where is this damn console? Oh, so it's lower? Night.
Your name was...
Welcome to quote-unquote Dr. Zed's.
Alright, let's see.
This here's a beauty. Well, mine now, no takebacks.
Shotgun.
Yes. You want this back? You just let me know. I'll buy it at a high price. Well, high-ish. That'll look mighty fine on my shelves.
Alright, let's see. Vladov.
You want this back? You just let me know. Why don't you come on back real soon?
Cool. So what do we have in the SDU side of things? Okay, what reward we got? Nice. Alright, what mission do we need? The next quest thing.
Gives me more time to...
But remember, Augur, thou nations are meant to perish. The renegades and mutineers shan't fail to join their listless ranks. Do not be cowed into conforming with their fallen ways. Declare your independence by full ground. Only by force will your tiredness yearn to be tried. Pride will stand you straight once more. There's one stone atop another.
What the hell am I supposed to do with this?
The organized you extract will build a cathedral of otherworldly grandeur. Remember, not those roots without rest.
Hold on, what am I supposed to do with the propaganda speaker? Here, go for... Initiate the hack. Approach the speaker and interact with it to summon. Okay.
Stars above. Turn your gaze to eternity with me, Augur.
Here we go.
Best watch where you're looking. Phew! Now, as I recall, I was murderizing something in the vicinity.
Forbid you from questioning their ways. Ask yourself, why should they fear your curiosity? What gives them eternal ownership over life? The salt of your brow, the iron of your blood, my own efforts are double. Yet do I complain about my toil? Do I whimper for rest? No, because my aims are higher than the stars above. Turn your gaze to eternity with me, Augur. The renegades and mutineers chant you to join their listless ranks, and be cowed into conforming with their fallen ways. Declare your independence by staying in line.
Almost didn't see you there!
Your brothers and sisters depend on you. Your slaves' welfare hangs...
Ah, mucho mejor.
Here we go.
La gente, loud and proud. Now there's some nice body work. Nice shape.
So sleepy. What color am I? There's my sovereign.
Hostility! At last! Shooting at the falling asleep! Random with legs! Nice
See if you can keep me alive while I get closer.
Come on.
It's so powerful!
Alright, let's see. Throwing knife. Oh, that's just a throwing knife? No explosive damage. Spawns 4, rotating, fire bullets around. Did not mean to back that out. So the healing kit, let's see. $506. Nope, nothing really that much better. Okay, so I need to keep following this path.
Boundaries, folks! It's rocket surgery! I don't know why the stickies weren't sitting there, but okay. Never saw it coming!
So you've reached Carcadia Burn. Emphasis on the burn. When the moon shattered, this place took the brunt of the damage.
At least I can work on my time. So, where's the command boat hiding in this place?
The boat used to be attached to Callus, the former Order commander I mentioned, until she ripped it out herself. Gory business. A hapless group of former Order aristocrats called the Electi have the bolt now. Seek out a woman called Levane. She's the only one among them with a head on her shoulders. We need reinforcements! Repeat, we need reinforcements immediately! The Rippers have us pinned down and they won't let up! Even after I asked them very politely. Please! Is anyone there?
It's your lucky day, amigo. You've got a certified organic vault hunter. All natty, no cheat. ¿Cómo estás?
Holy shit! A vault hunter? Fantastic! Listen, my fire team needs a bailout. I can pay you in, would you accept a lightly blood-soaked silk pocket square?
I'm good on pocket squares. Yes. How about this? I help you, you take me to your leader.
Deal! Please hurry or we're dead! Basic economy dead! With zero leg room!
Visiting scenic Arcadia, are you? A haven for incompetence and traitors. I enjoy watching the Electi struggle without me to speak freedom. And Callus, the so-called Ripper Queen, a vengeful lunatic. You two have much in common.
This one's got some teeth! Oh good, order horses. To what do I owe the displeasure? Not so shiny now, are you? These robo-grunts ain't so tough!
Cool. Got them cleared out. Okay, so why is this a point of interest?
I've arrived! Feel free to cheer!
I return to Cairo! Keep it together, Splice!
I like them!
No tears
Okay, so where am I supposed to go for this point of interest? Almost. Hmm. So what the hell am I supposed to go up here for? Don't know. Oh well.
Hostile splice flooded space! I see a little guy! Her Majesty's right hand! Grenade! Wait! Bet you can't kill me like that!
Yeah, I probably can.
Oh look! Murder folk! Perhaps we should show them the error of their ways!
Exquisite!
You'd actually be surprised, a lot of games run smoother on Linux than they do on Windows. There's a growing library of games that actually run even smoother on Linux than they do on Windows. Wait, is that not how? God damn it. Gavin, pay me off? No, I've been gaming on Linux longer than Steam was actually on Linux. Alright, let's see.
Better be something good in here.
Oh, 10 points. Okay. Nope. Alright.
You're out of here! Spotted un enemigo! They look rippy! That's a bit too close, Rick!
Get your
Moving forward.
They resent us!
Simply catching my breath.
You see the look on their face?
A bomb in need of a bomb. Oh, my
All right.
Oh, look! Murder boat! Perhaps we should show them the error of their ways!
My friend, not move!
Mind your manners! I can't make it stop! Oh, it was too cold!
You ruined Barney!
I spy delicious stuff!
I found
Leave a message!
Hostilities! Alas! My shooting hand was falling asleep. If they die, it's their own fault! Spotted un enemigo en el Rippy!
Come on.
Don't let the worms take me!
We got one more. All right, let's see what's over here.
Vault Hunter, are you close? The Rippers are outside, and not to alarm you, but the decor in here is dated at best.
Your hero has a rat.
Son of a cat!
Rafa can handle these jerks. No problem.
Not necessary! A long route!
Come on.
Boundaries, folks. Think rocket surgery.
Phew! I really thought that was the end. I guess I owe you my part of our deal.
Did I get a bloody pocket square?
Those Rippers made quite the welcome wagon. Name's Rafa.
Nice to meet you. I'm Quint. Or Captain Quint of the Electi Defense Society. It's a supper club that also defends Carcadia against Ripper assaults. We're just a lot better at the first thing.
I noticed.
Look, we're aristocrats, not, what's the word? Gun persons? Fightmongers? Soldiers. Levaine's the one who's really in charge, back in Carcadia City. I can introduce you. Damn it! Speak of the devils, more rippers!
Stay close, Quentin. I want to hear more about that boat.
Don't worry, I've got your back this time.
Wait, you can fight?
I mean, I can. I just prefer not to. Until a few years ago, the only thing I'd ever battled was ennui. Oh God, I hate this part!
Only courage bears fruit.
I think I'm gonna hurl.
You've been robbed and ruined, gang.
Okay, that has to be all of them. Come on, we'll call Levain. I don't know what we would have done without you. Damn rippers. They want that command bolt back real bad.
Any idea why?
To give to General Harris. Or that's what we called her before she...
Shotgun, assault rifle.
She goes by the Ripper Queen these days. Let me tell you, not my favorite makeover. Anyway, Callus is besieging Carcadia to get her old bolt. My fire team was supposed to sneak attack...
Alright, let's see.
their catapults. But you saw how that went. Levain won't be happy. You just let me know when you're ready to start the call with her.
Oh, I can't thank you enough for saving us back there. We've lost so much already. Our butlers, our caviar.
All in a day's work, really. How are you handling things?
I'm shaken, but okay. When the Order abandoned us, I thought...
Licensed impact magazine fires gyrojets that explode on impact.
Well, I'd choose this over living under the Timekeeper's rules any day.
I can't believe we made it out alive. Once we got cut off at the bridge.
Okay, let's try her. Deep breath. Levain, how are you? It's Quent. Operation Catapult Fury had, mixed results. But I was just talking to my Vault Hunter friend.
Damn it, Quent! I told you not to talk to that vulgar, double-dealing cad!
No, not him. This is a new Vault Hunter friend, not, you know.
Pleasure to meet you, Levain. I hear you've got Ripper problems. I got Ripper solutions for a very specific price.
Well, straight to the point. You are a Vault Hunter, aren't you? Let me get to the point then. Our supply lines are blocked. Extend the bridge nearby, and I'll be more receptive to negotiation.
I'm just gonna hang out here.
All right.
No more Rippers show up.
Alright, so I think it's about time I call it a night, because it's getting late, and we've been on for a while. But thank you all for joining me, and I will be back on stream tomorrow. Make sure, if you haven't already, to follow me on all of my socials. I'm on TikTok, I'm on Twitch, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Kick, I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on Mastodon, and of course we have the Discord and the Matrix server. So thank you all for hanging out with me, and I will see you tomorrow evening. And stick around for the raid if you're over on Twitch, but otherwise, stay safe. I love y'all, and happy hacking.